Big ol' jockey! Yeah. Wires tangled. Hello. How are you, Owen? Owen Almy. Oh, hold on. Okay, so your message has showed up on screen for chat, but it's not showing up on my end. My, like, internal thing. Give me a second. Let's see if we can fix this. Playing through FE3 Book 1. FE3 Book 1 is goated and a little bit underrated. Okay, fixed it. Fixed it. Big ol' jockey! We got big ol' jockey! Well, not yet. We got interlude. 26x. My goal, my hope, my thoughts are we can finish this stream. On chapter 14, I can say with confidence it's much better than FE1. I think it's like ultimately a better and more polished game, even honestly cutting certain chapters. I think people get mad because it has like some stuff cut, but those chapters were not good for the most part, and like the characters getting cut, it sucks a little bit, but for the most part, I feel like they make sense. It's like, I guess the biggest one that I feel like, why did you remove this character, is Riss, the healer who joins in chapter 1. It feels like not having a heal staff until you get Lena is like really annoying for the early game. And then Goto, even though like mechanically it's not a huge deal, from a story perspective, Goto is a very important character in the story of Arcanea. And so, like, just turning him to not playable feels really annoying and dumb, you know? I'm still saving up for whatever John is. Oh, wait, are you saving the channel points for John? Oh my god, wait, Ryan, that's why you were commenting about John earlier. I've looked into Game of Thrones. I'd like to ask, does anyone die as anticlimactically as the Archsage or House Aharon Guildmaster do here? I would say no. I don't necessarily want to spoil stuff. There are some characters whose deaths are like... So there's characters whose deaths are like unexpected and sudden. But they're not like... You know, I think the big one people point to, I'll say the earliest one, Ned Stark, because it's, you know, book 1 and /or season 1. He dies very early on. People point to that as like, you know, it is unexpected because he's presented as a protagonist and then he dies. But there's a lot of stuff leading up to his death. Like, he makes a lot of mistakes that puts him in a position where, like, he ends up getting executed, right? But not only is it like, you know, it's his fault, like there's build up to the death instead of it just being, and then suddenly he got executed. But it also is it's a major character death that is treated with gravity and has consequences. You could argue that the events of everything that comes afterwards sort of traces back to Ned Stark getting executed. His execution caused a lot of problems. It's why the North rebels. It is why, you know, Arya is sort of scattered to her own place and becomes an assassin. It's why there ends up being this tension between Sansa and the rest of the family. It's what leads to the islands rebelling as well. Like, almost all of the problems in Game of Thrones / A Song of Ice and Fire stem back to Joffrey's impulsive decision to kill Ned, and also his impulsive decision is very much in character. Like, it is shocking from a meta perspective that someone we thought was a protagonist gets killed, but it makes sense within the story, which is not what I would say for things like, you know, oh, so-and-so just got blasted by a cannonball randomly, or a skeleton appears out of nowhere and shoots you, right? There's not any build-up to it, and there's no consequence. I guess the Arcsage, like, him dying is why the tower collapses, but that's one and done, and then nothing carries over. There's no further consequences to the Arcsage dying. My only real issue with FA3 Book 1 is dismounting is a huge pain, and it doesn't feel like the chapters were designed for it. That is definitely a tension FA3 Book 1 has. In Game of Thrones, there's actual build-up. It's not even necessarily that it's build-up, it's that it makes sense within the story. Like, things that are shocking. There's a difference between this character's been around for a while, and then they die in an unexpected way, and we introduce this character, build them up, but then before they have the chance to do anything that impacts the story, a random event kills them, right? I mean, the most recent Cerulean Crescent event, the most recent one that chat said add to the counter, was the brother getting killed, right? The brother's sort of like sputtering around, he's the incompetent potential heir, he gets named as the true heir, and that's sort of like littered as like, oh, is that gonna cause a problem? Rosetta's like, I sure hope he doesn't like try to make a power grab, that would cause us problems while we're on the back foot. And then he's like, hey, I'm gonna make a power grab, and the guy standing next to him just stabs him before it had, and so it has no impact, right? Like, what was the point of wasting all of his time building up this guy and the potential of him like causing problems for Rosetta just to have him die? I think the Arcsage chest is one of the most interesting ones for the reason that I don't know if it's been explored yet, but should have been the only one. I mean, the Arcsage one literally feels like an internet meme. Skeleton appears, shoots him in the face while he's monologuing, and then says, boy, that guy talks a lot. So, like, it takes the two Cerulean Crescent favorite tactics of kill someone because lol, wouldn't that be funny and random, and what if we did a lore dump but then interrupted the lore dump to tell you that the lore dump was boring and you should feel bad for caring at all about the lore dump? Vulneraries are made out of priests. Yeah, Riss did get ground into a vulnerary. They liquefied him. We'll dive in real quick. I did want to, because I was thinking about this, and another frustration came up with, like, the sort of paralogue-y stuff, right, that we just had, the multiple interludes, chicken interlude, and, the chicken interlude, and the, then all the, like, the trippy stuff, right, with Ellery and the Pluckers and whatnot, where, like, if you care about the narrative, it's got some cool stuff, but it's also, like, on a replay, which I do think that, you know, games should be designed with their first playthrough in mind more than a replay, so it's not the end of the world if something hurts a replay, but those chapters being basically required on a replay, I know apparently you can skip the Ellery Plucker ones by not getting the Pucker's gift, but at that point you're passing up on a powerful item, right? Like a held item that's very powerful, just for the purpose of skipping these three chapters. Oh, Ellie Dangerous, thank you for the Prime subscription. Garfield, where is your lasagna? Thank you so much. I think that those three chapters, they're so boring from a gameplay perspective, right? Like, Prologue was just a walking simulator at the end of the game. Like, it feels like such a turn down, right? A stopping point. And then after that, we have two chapters of, like, moving around 4 not very powerful units. Like, to go from, I have a bunch of super awesome movement tools and this is so fun, to what feels like a chapter out of Lin mode is just like so jarring, and it really killed the momentum of the stream. I wish that those were you were able to skip those without skipping the Pucker's gift. I think there's an interesting tragedy in the Arcsage being killed by a monster he made, while Lindros is actively creating his own monsters and not thinking about the consequences. I can see that. Like, I can see that interpretation. I think the tone of the scene sort of, like, leans away from that, but I can definitely get, like, taking that away. To me, that feels like one of those things where, like, there are cool themes that you can take from, oh, let's get controversial. So Fates and Engage, despite being, like, brushed away as, like, the worst stories ever, right? You can bend those stories to fit into really interesting themes. Fates, I've seen some explorations of the Fates story as it pertains to parental abuse, and specifically Conquest and the Norian siblings being, like, victims of abuse, and, like, how hard it can be to sort of break them out of that mindset and stuff. And, like, it is really cool, and, like, if you bend it enough, it lines up, and it's really interesting to read. But I think if a story, like, if you it becomes a point where, like, you have to bend things so much to fit them in that most people aren't going to get that same appreciation, and it makes you wonder, like, obviously authorial intent doesn't fucking matter, but it does make you wonder, like, how much of that is what's in the story and how much of it is what you're bringing to the story. Similarly, Engage with, like, Somron and Zero Emblem and stuff, there's a lot of reads you can do for Engage that are about, like, you know, giving up on the important connections and friendships, and how Somron turned his back on the people who were actually present so he could focus on this lost connection. Zero Emblem left, and he is obsessed with the relationship he no longer has, and as such, he neglects the relationships he does have. He neglects Alir, he neglects Vale, he neglects all the children who died and all that stuff, right? He neglects the Four Fangs, or Winds, or whatever the fuck they're called, I don't remember. It's too many groups of 4 in Fire Emblem. And so, like, you can, like, there's an interesting read there, right? There's some cool stuff, but how much of it is what you're bringing in, and how much of it is, like, actually there? I like Alir and Vale's character directions. Yeah, there is, like, I don't think there's any story where you can't bring stuff into it to find something interesting or meaningful, but I think there's a difference between, like, I think it's a pretty neat transgender allegory. Yeah, there's definitely, like, you can see a trans allegory in Alir rejecting being a dark dragon and becoming a divine dragon. And, like, you know, it almost certainly was unintended, but what we read into stories is still valid. Like, I don't know. How many ships remain, Sir Speedwell? Only enough to carry 1/5 of the remaining men. Only 1/5? Does the guild really expect me to let an accidental fire burn down most of our fleet? It is not impossible this is Ellery's doing, but it's almost definitely the guild. There's little chance of infiltrators snuck past the walls and did such damage unnoticed. They fear facing the wrath of the combined Crescent alone, and have every incentive to prevent us from leaving. I understand what it means to fear your allies more than your enemy. But what now, Sir Speedwell? You could take a few trusted followers and return to safety. Our morale would collapse immediately. We've only kept the minimum forces at home for the pretense of security. We have no reinforcements to call on. Then your only way forward is clear. Emerge victorious. Damn it. Cyquin is too incompetent to even make a good distraction. How did he let Rosetta take leadership of House Heron without a ripple? None of my plans in these past few weeks would come even close to breaching those walls. That either comes down to committing a full assault or with serious casualties, or I'm not pleased to have to resort to. Better take a risk with what I know than what I don't know. We're currently in a stalemate. We don't have the numbers like the Iron Prince to make a full assault on their walls. And they're not taking the bait to meet us in battle in the field in an airship range. Well, it's your job to break the stalemate, right? It is, but these past weeks haven't been kind. We've lost many good folk attempting all kinds of schemes with little success. Hence, I'm here to ask for a lot from you. I had them shipped over as a contingency. You did what? I know you're unlearned in higher magics. But you're aware our work is unfinished. We've improved them from Master's versions, but we've yet to refine the control procedures. We cannot predict what will happen if we unleash the golems in their present state. It's a risk we can control compared to a risk we can't. Such as what the guild might prepare if left unchecked. We agreed that we might use the golems solely for productive purposes. That we'd be better than they were. And how would we be better? How else? To create, not destroy. To use the golems to benefit people, to ensure that they can live better lives. How can the people benefit if they die fruitlessly in a bloody siege on Yalnazar? Is the craftsman to rejoice at his work being replaced by a golem from the grave? Isn't using golems in place of our troops no different from benefiting them directly? We'd be no different from Master and the Iron Prince, using these discoveries for such a vulgar purpose. The difference is that the Iron Prince sent his men to their deaths below Erinda's walls, while we care about everyone under our banner far too much to use them as fodder. That's... I don't want to be reminded of my master, Ellery. We have a righteous cause. It's not a semantic difference. Don't we all? We are not them. You know that I would never force you to make a decision. This is your project, but the time is against us. Our supplies and morale are not sustainable, so I must plan accordingly based on your decision as soon as possible. Give me some time to think it through. Of course, Lynn, I don't want to place such pressure on you, but I think the quicker we end this war, the quicker peace can return. Think things through, and I'll support whatever you decide. You fool, you're a Fire Emblem Lord. Casualties are either a non-issue or guaranteed. Sami is the secret best god. We got pugged. I disagree with Azawolf. Wait, hold on. What's going on? Who's Azawolf? I disagree with that Azawolf because its use in battle sells perfectly well while still giving a meaningful conclusion to the Spy Master. Did I miss something? Long-range assassination at night that even a spycaster can't notice is an effective use of the weapon in the time of war compared to modern siege weapon. Oh, we're talking about the Spy Master getting killed by a cannonball the first time he shows up. Yeah, I fucking hated that. In the same cutscene, it's like, he's like, oh, I actually have a relationship with Ellery, did you know? Oh no, a cannonball! Blah! Like, what the fuck was that? Princess, I'm glad to see you're in better spirits. You want all this land, right? I'm interested in the safety of all those. Let's drop the pretense. You want the Iron Realms? I can make a deal. I'll admit you caught me off guard. I was raised to be a ruler. The Iron Realms respect my grandfather, not some child. I don't want to die from being mysteriously poisoned. You're not in the most envious of positions. I can guarantee your safety. I thought so. Make sure I'm well cared for, and I'll name you Protector of the Lands or something. I'm sure the knights won't agree, but they're mostly dead. That's an easy thing to agree to. It's in my interest to see the Prince's sacrifice be honored. Please don't kill me because I've outlived my usefulness or something. I'm not a monster. To be honest, you're not really a threat to me. If you can't trust my words, you can trust that. Okay, I need to be alone now. Rest easy. Grandfather, I'm sorry. You did so much to me. But I can't step up to your legacy. I can't. I'm sorry. I find these deaths that you mentioned hard to believe. I genuinely wish that I was making this shit up or like exaggerating it, right? Like, it's always, in my opinion, it's always better to enjoy something than to dislike it. And like, I hate that because the gameplay in this game is peak. When I'm actually able to play the game. It's peak, right? It's actually super fun. But I dread these streams now because so much of it is just the worst fucking story I've ever read. I don't think that one's that bad. It basically showed that Ellery knows that a threat needs to be taken care of early. I genuinely think the Spy Master was one of the worst ones because it felt like they're not even trying at that point. I was talking about this with my wife earlier, and the idea of like, it's a little bit eye-rolling to be like, you know, oh, it's, you know, we need to subvert expectations or whatever. Like, it's become a meme for a reason. But I do think many of these deaths are like, you know, subvert expectations.exe, where the point behind them, the benefit that you can see is like the surprise factor. You know, you expect Lindros confronting his master to be a big deal, but the fact that a random skeleton shoots him in the face instead, out of nowhere, like, it subverts your expectations. You expect that, like, this cold collar sage that is supposed to be super scary and powerful, but he randomly gets killed by a knight instead. That subverts your expectations. At a certain point, when it keeps doing it, every time a new character is introduced, and there's a line of dialogue about how, like, important this character is, or scary or whatever, I just expect them to die next scene because rocks fall and everyone dies. At which point, like, you're not even getting the subvert expectations thing. You're just being like, here's a guy, they're important, whoops, I killed them. It's very, and oh my god. Cause like the rocks fall and everyone dies is a like literature 101 thing. But there's also the, it also feels very much like tell, don't show. All of these people are supposed to be super important, but immediately die. So like we don't see anything. I guess the bishop, we do see one important thing. He creates the monsters and he teleports our army. So we see two. But for the most, it's like person shows up. We're told that they're either important or they have a relationship with a character we care about or whatever. And then they just die. And then they just die. For the Cold Collar, at least we killed the other pirate sages. I will maintain that the Cold Collar not only worked, but it was the only one that I thought was actually good. Because within the Cold Collar, and unfortunately, the presence of all the others has kind of retroactively soured me on that one. But I thought the Cold Collar was very funny. It was a subversion that worked for a comedy beat. It was, we've got these three sages, they're all dangerous. Here's what the first one does, here's what the second one does, and the third one is the most dangerous. What are his powers? Oh, we don't know his powers, but we just assume he's the most dangerous, because it's safer to assume he's dangerous than to assume he's safe and get caught off guard. And then, Cold Collar shows up, I'm going to massacre the villagers. And you expect, like any other, you know, Fire Emblem game, that he's gonna kill all these villagers, and then the guard is like, I'll hold him off for as long as I can! Trips, stabs, kills him. Oh, I did it! That was genuinely funny. It was the element of surprise, you know, subverts the expectations in a way that I don't mean that as an insult. But then they do it again, and again, and again, and it just becomes, okay, you've got one trick, and now, instead of, like, the Cold Collar was not built up beyond just the one, like, he didn't seem like he would be more than just a villain of the week, right? Whereas with other people, you know, the Arcsage he's present throughout Act 1 and Act 2, and he has a relationship with Lindros, and sort of, Lindros is one of the main characters. He's a character who's there from Chapter 1. He's in a lot of the cutscenes. The Arcsage teleports your army. He clearly is someone that Lindros looks up to and really likes, right? This is Lindros was one of the characters I was fielding, right? I care about this character, right? Or at least at that point I did. And I'm like, okay, you know, we've got this big confrontation between... that's been building, that we know is gonna happen. You know, the assassins come for Lindros. Pomelo's like, Lindros, do you think it was? And Lindros is like, no, it couldn't be. I mean, I know his other students disappeared mysteriously, but our relationship is different. He cares about me, like he's in denial. You see this, and then he finally comes to confront him, and instead of getting the confrontation scene, you just have monologue, skeleton appears out of nowhere and shoots him in the face. Oh, I killed that guy because he likes to talk too much. Why? Why? Setup and payoff for the Cold Collar. The Cold Collar deserves... hashtag justice for the Cold Collar. The Cold Collar does not deserve to be lumped in with all these other guys. Lindros still gets to confront the Arcsage. The Arcsage gets killed after the convo. The Arcsage gets killed mid-convo.
We do not get the confrontation because the Archsage gets killed by a skeleton instead. Like, just because he shows up to talk to him doesn't mean we get the, like, iconic confrontation or whatever. Would, I haven't seen Kill Bill, but presumably the bride wants to kill Bill, right? Would it be satisfying if when the bride walked into the room, the ceiling falls and crushes Bill? Right? Like, is that... Is that the satisfying conclusion to her relationship with Bill? Lindros' character never really evolved around the Archsage. It was more important for him to see the dark side of the scientific research and folly. It hinges on interaction with the Archsage. I mean, someone can have multiple plot beats, right? Like, yes, Lindros is sort of delving in and doing things without taking the appropriate cautions and whatnot, right? But I do think that we have multiple scenes devoted to his relationship with his Archsage. He looks up to him and then sort of like realizes, oh, the Archsage has been like killing his pupils. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that there is an arc that goes on around his relationship with and denial of the reality of the Archsage. You know, the assassins show up and Lindros is unwilling to accept that the assassins were sent by the Archsage. This isn't, I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. This is one of the few, like, actual story beats that worked until it didn't, right? Until a skeleton shows up and undercuts everything. Depends on whether or not it involves the feet because of Tarantino. You gotta make sure the ceiling only crushes his upper body and his feet stick out. Apparently, it was a sin to combine milk with coffee. And that's how I lost my job. That's rough, buddy. It's especially hard in this war economy. Milk coffee is the way of the future. Enough about me. How about you two? You know how it is these days. Gold is scarce and purse strings are tight. We're barely getting by. We're not getting investors on our genius weapons. If only there was some genius idea to get us back on track. I have an idea. The problem with weapons is they're pretty obvious they're bad, right? What if you just sell things that don't seem obviously bad? Like, say, fake coffee. This could work. Yeah, this could work. You're real smart for this. Don't forget to give me a share of the profits, fellas. That's the chief of evil. She's coming this way. Run! I'm not getting my share, am I? We're never getting our fucking throwing sword, are we? Hello, my name is Hellison. I'm applying for a position of strategist within the Seahawks. I don't believe that was ever a role I opened for recruitment. Do you have one? Thinking things through has always been my job, being a leader and all. Thinking you don't need a strategist is a clear sign you need a strategist. Here's a list of all my qualifications. Graduated top honors from... Hey, wait a minute, I've heard of you! You're that legend that goes on the bad side of every noble scion 2 years above me. You were an inspiration to future years. I was not aware I had such a prominent reputation. I'm pretty sure commoner students have it even harder now due to your example. But that's the fault of the corrupt faculty. How do you find yourself in the Crescent? Are those nobles still hounding you? I'm not here to discuss my personal situation. I'm here to discuss employment. No one on the Crescent is without tough circumstances, I suppose. I'm more inclined to give you a job now. What's your asking price? 6,000 gold for each week of service. That's a hefty sum, especially for starting off in a new role. I performed admirably in the Shearwaters. I believe this price is worthy of my services. I would love to have you, but purse strings are a little too tight. If you can't even afford such fair wages, then perhaps I'm ill-suited for this role. Oh no, we have to pay for her again? Oh, but I gave her the S-rank lance! Alright, Anna, I gotta sell stuff. We have spices. Oh, we have spices! It wasn't easy for me to drag all this here, you know. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, spices are only 4. I thought they were 6. Alright, what else do we have that we can sell? Probably. Sell the broken sword. Oh, we have some wines. don't think this... Yeah, that doesn't quite make it. We're close, though. We can sell the vulneraries. She says pay up. Whoa, animated in sync reference. There we go. Okay, we can afford her now. Am I ready to depart? No. Hire Hellison? Yes. Easy. Welcome to the Seahawks. Please hand over all your relevant information for me to examine. Let's slow down a bit. Alright. We got her back. We've rehired her. Or I guess... Hired... I wonder, would she be cheaper? Okay, chat, let me know if you know. If you're aware, would she have been cheaper if I didn't buy her with Oriana? Like, would she be cheaper? Would she still only be 2,000 or whatever? You have a bunch of weapons you probably won't need. But what if I run into the 100-handed man and I need to fight him with 100 weapons? Your valor has served the Crescent well, High Priestess. I'm not afraid to put my life on the line for the greater good. It's a shame that Spices didn't make it back. How did he fall? Do you want an accurate account or an official account for propaganda purposes? The accurate account first. I told him to run. He stood still and got incinerated by a cannon blast like an idiot. I must have misheard. How did he fall? Valiantly against hordes of invaders. A true hero of the Crescent. I'll remind you, Chief Ellery, my followers do not deserve some kind of representation. My followers do deserve some kind of representation for their bravery. Not in the form of gold, of course, but in the long term, you understand? I understand. You've been nothing but a valuable ally. The efforts of the faithful shall not be unsupported. I hope to see your pleasantries be more than empty words, Chieftain. Of course, what if you could recruit the 100-handed man? She's cheaper if you don't buy her with Oriana. Nice! She also has more on her resume with Oriana, so you up her value for the second hire. Yeah, that makes sense, Getting taken out by a Karen ball sounds narratively interesting. Lynn, it feels like ages since I've gotten this catch up with you like this. We've both been so busy for the past few months. You look rough, man. What's got you worried? It's nothing, Palm. Just a long day. You sure? If something's worrying you, you can always come to me. I'm sure. Don't worry about it. You're busy enough as it is, too. I'm still taking time off. You have, too. Let's go talk somewhere to eat. I'm not sure I have the time right now. Things are so tight you can't even eat. Is the chief working you the bone? No, it's not like that. I do have time to spare after all. Let's go get something to eat. Great, we can... Well, no place to eat here except for the ration stores. Can't even treat ourselves. I'm sure the finest hardtack makes for a good meal. Arenas are really weird because they're risky and not worth it when you don't use save states, but when you do, nothing stops you from training everyone 20 and getting 100 gold. Yeah, I think that's why modern Fire Emblem's kind of abandoned the idea of arenas. The last game we had that had arenas that wasn't a remake was Fire Emblem 8. Because Tellius doesn't have arenas, and then 11 and 12 have arenas, but they're, they're remakes, right? So they didn't cut them out. And then Awakening and, Fates don't have arenas. Well, Fates has an arena, but it functions closer to, like, the FE4 arena, right? It has an arena in the castle, it gives resources. Yeah, it's a different thing. It's like... It's more like a My Castle feature, whereas, like, when you think of arenas, or at least when I do, maybe this is because I'm a Fire Emblem boomer, but I think of the arenas as they were in Arcanea, Thracia, and the GBA. Because, like, FE4 Arena is also very different. Like, FE4 Arena is not the same as, like... Because, like, the Engage Arena, right, is also very different. It's not the same. Map of the Cerulean Crescent. With any luck, I'm all on all of... Wait, what's this? High Tide, supposedly located southeast of Yalnazar. I know nothing about it. I've heard of no one who comes from there. Nothing about its role in the Crescent. Anyone I've talked to denied knowledge of this place. Its inhabitants or its history. But I know I've seen it on maps. Why? Oh, we got a glitchy moment. Wait. Is that a Sacred Stones being pushed to its edges glitch? Or is that a... Like the last 3 chapters, it shows the beach. It shows the beach. This is High Tide. We're seeing High Tide, right? I think that's showing us a flash of High Tide. My claim to the world is backed by the living gods themselves. My empire shall only be bordered by endless sky and sea. I will not rest until the heads of my enemies are on the walls of the cities. Emperor Hongdiao. I remember his tomb got dug up a few months back. I saw a few bits kicking around his head since the guild won't buy it. I forgot it at the Engage Arena, 5 EXP. I think it's 10 in Maddening mode, right? Throwback to getting TMGC Desmond Lansfair in the arena. If anyone watched my TMGC 0% growths run, we arena abused so fucking much that the economy was broken. I dreamed my brother. I didn't use save states either, although I saved all of the save points, so I used them as like checkpoints. It kind of felt like using save states, but not to like the same degree. Like it was risk reward, right? I swore Engage Arena gave more than 5 that you're underleveled. So on normal and hard, the EXP you get depends on the level of the enemy you're facing, but on Maddening, it's always 10. So, on normal and hard, you can get like 1 EXP if you face someone, if you have got like a level 20 unit facing an untrained Sean. Why me? But then like on Maddening, or Lunatic, or whatever it's called, the highest difficulty, Fire Emblem needs to stop changing difficulty names. On Engage ++ mode, you only get 10. No matter what. Which does mean that you can train Vander in the arena. That's how Vander gets around being underleveled. Fucking Jagan for the win. I deserve all the experience. I dreamed of my brothers. It was a feast in the Shining Palace. We pretended to be content, carefree. We gave each other false compliments. We knew only one of us would rule. We were all wrong. I outlived them all by decades. Prince Jeziel really just slaughtered his diary amongst the random books in the bookshelf? Has to be something interesting here, secrets, treasures, or something. I dream again of an opulent bedroom and a garden in my youth, a harsh contrast to the dreary grave stone hovel. I dream much of the past because my time is short. Not enough time to prepare my soul heir to conclude my affairs. Pages and pages of being sad. Couldn't tell for how much of a prick he is, but that was a jolly waste of time. Alright, librarian, what you got for me? My fucking goat. My fucking goat. More like I goat. Master Igo! It's been far too long since we spoke. Ah, Orin. I must admit that I've been too ashamed to greet you these past months. What do you mean? I always said you'd make a fine chief. I even convinced the old chief to choose you over Dune as his successor. You did? So that's why Dune. But I've nevertheless benefited from her patronage and given her my support. Such two-faced conduct is unbefitting for a man of my age. Master Igo, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Ellery was chosen by the people. If she recognizes you for your wisdom, then that's absolutely a good thing. Even if the ring of hollow pleasantries, my previous assessment remains intact. You would lead Arinde to a bright future. It's an unlucky circumstances which have led us to where we are now. Is it luck or simply poor decision-making? If only I had acknowledged the wishes of the people, not just assumed I knew best. An effective leader can hardly bend to the will of his followers. Even then, perhaps. It is purposeless to dwell in the past. Master Igo, I'd like to hear more about your collection. How it's grown recently. You'd be content to hear me lecture you on niche topics again. I haven't grown more interesting. I always have. It'll be my pleasure, like the old times. Alright. I think that's everything, right? Small map. Small interlude. Am I ready to depart? Yes. Why is he called iGoat when AI is cringe but not stupid? He's the librarian. He would never use AI. He cares too much about his books. Bro is named after a Pokemon berry! No luck, Chief. I tried selling, but Florette wasn't buying. Just because I'm younger than you doesn't mean I'm any better at talking to kids. They're peculiar creatures. Oriana would fare better, but we don't have her here. But I have another matter I need to tell you about. It's Betrayer. He's behaving more suspiciously than a rat in a cellar full of food. This again? Crania, I know you don't trust him at all, but you've yet to provide any solid evidence of wrongdoing. No, it's not like the last 5 times. I've got him this time. Elaborate. I've managed to gather his sneaking patterns were around Lindros's cave. I tried to stalk him once on one of his trips, but he caught on and disappeared. I'm pretty sure he did something to the journals or something else. Did Lindros report anything missing? Anything in the wrong place? He didn't. That would mean a meat-headed warrior like Betrayer. What would a meat-headed warrior like Betrayer want with Lindros' journals? Even I can't decipher them, and I passed introductory runes at university. I don't know. Something nefarious, no doubt. I find it doubtful that he just intended to expand his reading materials and do nothing else. If he had evil intentions. He winded down for a while, but I've noticed he started sneaking around camp again. I absolutely know he's up to something big. Are you sure you're not seeing the evidence you want to see? Absolutely not! Should I waste time on this? Yes. I'm skeptical, but I'll give this a look. Finally, let's unmask this treacherous man. What would Tower think of this if he could see my indecisiveness? But Ellery's words hold weight. This is no longer a personal matter. It's about the whole Crescent. Oh shit! Betrayer has betrayed us! You've ruined everything, little girl. My betrayal would have been the finest betrayal the land has known. And now you've ruined it. You're a fool for thinking your devilish schemes could escape my attention. You could have given me another explanation for being in the library. Why, betrayer? I have not treated you well, paid you for your fair share. Cold and luxury are just temporary, seeing the unfiltered misery of a victim who loses everything. That bliss is eternal. You intended to betray me just so you could feel something? What short-sighted reason is so devoid of meaning as any of that? Only the fraudulent traitor assigns value to the consequences of the betrayal. The enlightened traitor needs no reward, but joy in performing the act itself. For... Oh! Guard time! Axe Reaver guard time! There's only one thing I regret, my last wish, is that I could have inflicted more pain on the world. If only I could have betrayed just a few more people, that would have been a satisfying life to live. Sorry, Chief, but my stomach's acting up, so I wanted to make sure to wrap things up quick. Permission to leave? Granted. I told you, Chief. I was right, wasn't I? I knew I was right. I suppose you were. He hit his tracks well, but through my skills and investigation and observation, I was able to find all the secret signs that clued me into his true nature. Sure, good job. What's the commotion? I was deep in thought. You can go back to thinking. I want to see what happens if we don't waste time. Was that a satisfying death or nah? I mean, like, it was a joke death, but I also don't think, like, I'm not gonna be pedantic and get mad that a character literally named Betrayer gets a joke death around their betrayal, right? I have issues with the story, but I think that saying Betrayer betrayed us and died? That's such a stupid anticlimax. Would be like a really bad faith criticism, right? Like, this is obviously meant to be just like, you literally had a unit named Betrayer. Did you expect anything different? Right? Like, I don't think that's a problem. What would Tower think of this if he could see any indecisiveness? That earliest words hold weight is no longer a personal matter. It's about the whole Crescent. Hi, Betrayer. Hey. What the? Get fucked, loser. Stop right there, villain, you. Damn it, we were too late. I heeded your warnings, but I could not expect... Lindros! Oh, shit! Pomelo! This wasn't supposed to happen! Get the Betrayer! Don't be hasty. He's a deadly one. Soldiers, apprehend him carefully. Your numbers are nothing in the face of true treachery. Behold, the pure innocence of justice denied. Holy shit! Wait! He just killed everyone! Slaying and betraying. Ellery's fate has been severed! Wait! We get another bad ending from the Betrayer? Endgame betrayal? And that's what we discovered. Countless of our Inde's troops are dead!
Among them were your Seahawks, Pamela, Lindras, even Crynia. The Archsage too was slain. This is like a bad dream. How could this have happened deep within our camp? How could assailants strike so silently? Is the work of the guild or the herons? It's the most heinous crime from within. We only discovered the tracks of one man leading away from the scene. All the evidence points towards the betrayer, who we've yet to find. Betrayer has betrayed me. Betrayer has betrayed me! That's your plan, Chieftain? Gambling it all on assassination? The loss of many of my key supporters has put my plans into jeopardy. What's more, the morale of our alliance is fracturing after so much inaction. Surely it's not such a setback that would drive you to such extremes. They were some of my very best, priestess. But to risk a strike in the center of the guild itself, that's a serious escalation. If we cannot break the siege, it would be a whole lot worse position than before the war. The guild would retain its authority, having outlived its main competitors. The herons may seek to return home, or they might fully commit to the war. What is certain is that we may never again gain the opportunity to unseat them. How can you be sure your informant is trustworthy? How can you be sure you'll slay the guildmaster before the guards arrive? How can you know the guildmaster doesn't have a suitable replacement? I'm no stranger to your gambles, but this seems excessively reckless. I'll admit, the plan is riddled with flaws, but I cannot pass up this chance. Better to take my own terms than to gamble the plans of my foes. I understand we cannot dissuade you from this course of action. But I see another alternative. Your adventurer allies will soon return, and they are suitable disposable bodies. They've already risked their lives so often, and done so much for the Crescent. I will not burden them with another deadly task, for a war they didn't ask for. I fail to see how that's relevant. Enough of that suggestion. The war must end, and it must end on my terms. Is this how you treat an ally with blades in the night? Regardless of any perceived slights, we are in the same boat in these turbulent waters. Only through our cooperation shall we reach these beautiful shores unharmed. There is little cooperation in my boat given they've burned down. If, out of goodwill, you may send your craftsmen to produce replacements, I might reconsider my stance. That would prove difficult, given they are all preoccupied with the defense of our city. Then I conclude your age and wisdom is too great to need the help of a frail maiden. With what ships we have, I can take only my finest crews and still leave the Crescent. I cannot imagine the young lady known for her courage would do such a thing. Are you still so committed to departure? When it is apparent our foes are not as powerful as they first appeared? We've already lost far too much, wasted too much time. Unless you have something to inspire newfound courage, we must return home. Safe passage while undetected. I've done everything you asked for. Your heroic actions for the Crescent will indeed be rewarded. I see no one better than you to take control of Yalnazar. And the reward in gold, too. Then I shall leave for the fighting to you brutes. These floor plans reveal the Guildmaster's fortified bunker. Paranoid hag, each switch is far away from the corresponding door. If any enemy is given time to strike, the entire facility will be alerted. If it comes to that, these explosives from Nan might ward them off. If any enemy attacks on enemy phase, most enemies will charge, and this will also happen with time. Allies gain 2 moves. I just realized also... Okay, I need to reset real quick. Betrayer literally used Takami's Wave of Death from Conquest. So, I think what we need to do, right? Because I realized I forgot. Wine, spices. We gotta buy the strategist for the bad ending also. Now pay for your betrayal. I haven't seen this one, so I'm curious. I guess we will experience it blind together, right? So this is Endgame B, Betrayal. Is this a ROM hack or made with those fancy new editors and engines? This is a ROM hack. It's built on top of the Sacred Stones. If only you hired a tactician. Maybe if I had hired Hellicent would have warned me about the betrayal. But I think this is the squad, right? This is the squad for bad ending. Super Soldier can eat some rice, I guess. And Super Soldier needs a ranged weapon. I'm thinking Trident. Oh, wait, actually. We got the S-rank lance. Does Super Soldier have S-rank lances? Probably, yeah. Okay. Hellicent, give me that. I need to head out, so enjoy these maps. I didn't do this ending, so I hope you have fun. I'm glad we're getting to explore all the bad endings. Did I miss any bad endings? I think I got all of them. I've done all the trolley stuff. Like, I died during the paralog. I had Betrayer. Pay thousands of dollars so a professional can tell you Betrayer is sussy baka. I'm beginning to think Hellicent might not be all she's cracked up to be. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. I think you got all the bad endings so far. Alright, so, Gale Force Gecko, my beloved. Oh, right, you can't crit. That is still a kill. 52, yeah. So we do this. I just realized also, is Ellery my only staffer? Yeah, Ellery's my only... Oh, wait, no, Sorbet's here. Right, Sorbet's here. We gold bow you, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Kaluga contribution. Okay, we'll Trident you with the Super Soldier. Missed opportunity. It could have been endgame Betrayal. Yo, that would have been so peak, though. That would have been so peak, though. Okay, we Tornado you. I'm replaying Engage, full investment into Anna. As is your duty, as is your ethical duty, you gotta do full investment, Anna. I love Gremlin Anna. Gremlin Anna is awesome. Gremlin Anna. Engage Anna. Engage Anna. I can't fucking pronounce. I can't. My tongue tied. Help, my tongue tied. Okay, well, Fanian you. I don't think I've used Anna even once, unfortunately. Damn.
I can't believe we have an unethical gamer in the chat. Okay, we will tornado you. Have Sorbet heal up Gale Force Gecko. Anna's my favorite character. I married her in both Awakening and Fates because I like her a lot as a recurring character. I like the new version of her a lot as well. The sort of like, you know, child or whatever representation. I think it's cool. Okay, we'll Trident you with the guard. We can harpoon you. We'll Barrier Lance you, and then Kanto up with Igo. One of these days, we'll get multiple playable Annals in one game. I hope not. I feel like Anna's... So, possibly controversial, maybe just boomer opinion. I feel like Anna was, like, at her best when she's sort of, like, a secrety character. I like Gremlin Anna. I think, like, that take on her is, you know, interesting and fun or whatever. But I kind of... Again, very probably boomery to some extent. But, like, I hope that they go back to Anna being, like, this recurring sort of Easter eggy character. Whether she's running secret shops or, like, you know, whatever else. I think that, like... Always having her as a playable character doesn't feel great to me. Fancy Stabber you. I think hiding her in a prologue would be cool. Oh, like she's a secret character who could be like available from the get-go, but you just have to know how to get her. That would be kind of a cool idea, I think. Crocodilio. Wario archetype Anna. I find the Awakening version of Anna to be so, like, eye-rolling. The fucking, like, hyper-capitalist. It's funny, too, because, like... Anna used to run secret shops, right? So, yeah, she was a shopkeeper, but she wasn't obsessed with money to the point where she calls, like, Tiki... Doesn't she call Tiki, like, oh, you job-stealing socialist? It's so absurd.
I want a Pegasus Knights Anna in the Path of Radiance remake. What? I welcome the job-stealing socialist. Put you here, Wisp, go fly. Go here. Fanian, you. Is there still a stuff for secret things like the FE4 Brave Axe, Stefan, and Modern Fire Emblem? Secrets aren't all that secret anymore. I think Intelligent Systems is afraid of people missing content because of the sort of like the fan base's obsession with the perfect run, right? And I think that's a shame. I've heard some people say that it's because, like, IS doesn't want you to miss out on, like, voice-acted characters or whatever, but that, to me, feels like a very silly interpretation. Because it's like... Uh-oh. It honestly feels kind of dismissive of the effort put in by, you know, graphic designers, dialogue writers, that sort of stuff. You know, to posit that basically their work is, like, less... Because as the story goes, you know, like, oh, now they put all this work into people because there's voicing and stuff. They wouldn't want to make something you would miss since they put work into it, which implies that, like, for anything that isn't voice, there's not work. That, like, the labor of people other than voice actors doesn't matter. Work definitely went into Renault and the 12 people who saw his supports in the game. There's a lot of really cool stuff in, like, the Renault and Karel and whatnots. The Renaults and Karels of the world. Let's just envision Igo and hope we get a crit. I think Three Houses is really boring when you recruit everyone. Yeah, it sort of goes against the overall themes of Three Houses and the idea that, like, you know, it's a tragedy if you can just save everyone. Like, oh, okay, who cared, I guess. Never mind, I guess they all lived. Locking a you should maybe lock a perfect playthrough behind a second playthrough. Oh, because of, like, Peleus? Yeah. I don't think we'll ever get a Peleus situation. Although, like, in fairness, I think the way New Game Plus worked in Three Houses is also, like, kind of lame and bad. I don't actually really like the Throuse's New Game Plus. 16 times 2. Okay, we can kill you. Dorothea's ending of Mourning Ferdinand B's popular deaths have impact. That is like... God, it's such a good moment. It's also like... It's funny because it's sort of presented frequently by, like, the monastery defenders as, like, the monastery has impact. Don't you remember how awesome the Dorothea mourning was? When the Dorothea thing is definitely, like, the exception, not the rule. It'd be cool if you had a tight limit for how many students you can recruit from every house. Yeah, I thought it was that way at first, but it turns out if you, like, just metagame it, right, you can save everyone. The Houses system was funny. If you game the system and recruit most of the other houses for the Battle of Eagle and Lion, it does get silly if you do that. That is true. That is an accurate statement. Yeah. It gets silly in a pretty funny way. Losing Edelgard and Silver Snow was a really bold decision. Yeah, I've spoken before about how my first ever playthrough was Silver Snow. Because I hated the monastery so much, I ended up getting locked out of recruiting Edelgard, and I didn't realize you could. And it's like, I feel so mixed about it, because on the one hand, I like Crimson Flower, I like playing, like, I like, you know, siding with Edelgard and whatnot. And I think it would be... It's a shame how the game already kind of, you know, shortchanges her in an obnoxious way. And I think it would be even worse if you could literally just couldn't even play with her, right? But on the other hand, it does take away from that sort of boldness. Was that a crit? No. Okay. It's so annoying that Crimson Flower is also the shortest route. Yeah. They do her dirty. God, Wisp is so good. Oh, right. This guy's gonna attack. And we already used our... Yeah, we already used our thing. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we're gonna get them all charging now. All because Igo couldn't get his 50-50 crit. Well, the alarm has been raised. Dimitri was reconquering and killing in retaliation. Why must you continue to kill? Why must you continue to reconquer? An attack now, as I am alone without my companions? I can only hope the guild has a semi-competent defense. Hunt down this vermin which have dared to infiltrate my home. So, the fact that Pomelo, Nerissa, and Lindros all died makes me think that, like, the reason for this bad ending is going to somehow be related to, you know, not having, like, the intelligence division, right? Because they sort of make up, collectively, Ellery's collection of smarty pantses. So it'll be interesting to see just how this ends up, you know, specifically screwing her. Without the brains of the operation. Lucky for you, semi-competent is my middle name. Just, I was thinking about, like, because we are getting a bad ending, and presumably, like, Betrayer betraying us has changed something. I thought Betrayer would be, like, the final boss, right? But clearly that's not what they're going for. Like, of this route, not of the game, right? I thought he'd be the final boss of, like, the bad ending. I'm leaving for my roleplay group. Have fun! What TTRPG are y'all playing? What system? Oh, Seahawk flag exploit. Hell yeah. Where is the switches? That's a switch. Where's the other switch, though? Ah, it's right over here. Okay. The doors are open! I don't think it's because the danger's over. That's why one must never rely on the efforts of others. Oh, are you, like, super high res? You are, okay. Alright, we'll Shrimply crit. Super Soldier Gaming. And we will advise you. These fucking robots can't stand up to my super soldier. She's the GOAT. Alright, Kalugo. Give up your gold bow, get us a healing item. And go step on this switch. Go there. Go there. Alright. So we just gotta kill the two on the thrones. And then we'll see how things go wrong. Alright. Sorbet. Envision our super soldier. Yummy goat. Those are the blast giants that were threatened in the coast invasion. Oh, they are! That's like what they were assembling. The engineers were assembling. That's cool. The safest place in the guild, she says. Nope, you were not safe. Nothing will keep you safe from the guard. Not even the miracle skill. Oh, never mind. Yes, the miracle skill. You have no skills, though. Treachery must be afoot to see my sanctum breached. Was it Mitchell or Oates? I shall say the traitor be skinned and fed to the dogs. So I shall die as I have lived, cut down in my own office, but the guild will outlive me. Can they defend this city? This is not how I expected our next meeting to go. Ellery, here? I'd love a heart-to-heart, but given time constraints, you'll simply have to go. I'm sorry, cousin. You can't possibly mean to kill me without some explanation. Ellery! Here's your explanation. Get wrecked, loser. I dreamed so much of a bright future and glorious... Why do I die as a mere shell of my former ambitions? Is this Ellis's punishment? Rosetta lies dead, by my own hand. How can we have envisioned this end when we once swore sisterhood? But enough of such needless thoughts. We must free, as Yellowlands are false to chaos. Chief, get over here now! Chops? How are you so injured? What could have happened? Chief, classes, mans, things, they all went... This cannot be. Ninjas and the art stages are all dead. There's just not someone alive with the knowledge to activate them. You've ruined us. Rest in peace, Chops. If Chops had been mortally wounded guarding the exit, then the bloodshed must have torn out through through the heart of our camp. What devious scheme was this? Another betrayal? Chief, there's no time to be shocked. I hear so many footsteps. Chops must have alerted something, to our presence. The same monsters we engineered as our contingency shall mean by destruction. Guard captain! She survived so much, she surely must be alive. What now, Ellery? My enemies are dead, but I've lost it all. Am I forced to put my ambitions to rest? It's the betrayer! You betrayer! I was hoping you'd live to witness the aftermath of my ultimate betrayal. You were deceived by this friendly face, blind to the depths of my machinations. You didn't consider someone other than your pet mage might control these creatures. You claim to be responsible for all this destruction, but you're no mage. I was no mage, but every bit of free time I had, I spent studying Lindros's runes, musings and ramblings. It took months of work, but at last I understood enough. That's not possible. It took Lindros, a magical prodigy, most of his life to get on this level of understanding. And you claim to have learnt all that in less than a year? I don't claim I have. Look at what's around you. Is that not proof enough? Nothing can motivate more than the promise of a betrayal well done. And what a betrayal it was! The Crescent shall never forget this day. The Seahawks have always paid you well. Who do you work for to betray us with such glee despite the benefits we gave? Are you another of Maurice's pawns, the guilds, the herons? There's no greater purpose than the satisfaction of betrayal itself. The very moment I joined you, this day was always the goal. That's absurd! No one engages treachery if there's no actual benefit. How can this have any self-gratification? For the common traitor. But I am anything but. I am betrayal personified, treason incarnate. They shall know me as the patron saint of true treachery. To think everything I worked for was brought down by a raving lunatic? What's more, my name isn't even Bensting Treya. It's Barrett. You were deceived, buffoon! Of course I knew that was a bloody pseudonym, you. Da Smasher! Da Smasher! Is this my fate? To die here like a dog far from home? No, no, no! What is this? How could this have happened? Where's Crynia? My family? Lindros? Pamela? Ellery? Please tell me you've discovered some good news. My heart can't take much more. We have a scarcity of such. All I've found is more carnage left from the wake of Lindros's creatures. I didn't think much of your warnings, but now, to looking at this, how could I have known such a result would arise from Lindros's passions? I imagined many dire possibilities, but I could not have envisioned this outcome. How could I? How could they have destroyed themselves so thoroughly so soon? Quartermaster, I found a survivor. I also found Ellery. The card captain? Then where's Ellery? I found her felled by a single axe blow. I think it was quick. I knew this might have been the case, but to hear it... Even the chief... Tower, can you heal the guard captain? I cannot heal organs as damaged as they are. It's a miracle she even lives now. Please tell me, where's Crynia? Have most of Erinde's troops fled? Dead like the rest. Betrayer's plot. The one who... Monsters. All those years of toil, undone by some unforeseen event out of our control. I'm sorry, I need to screenshot that. It's again, this is a joke ending, right? So it's like, it's fine, but this is... Crescent keeps giving me summaries of my issues with the larger plot, right? I feared such a day might come, but why so soon? Why my daughter, who had just reclaimed her life? Where's Lindros? What's his role in all this? Lindros, already slain, all betrayer. Kill the betrayer for Rinde. Lindros, you poor fool. Did she not give us a name for the culprit? No, she gave us a name. Betrayer. We all knew that man was peculiar. Why did I allow him into the Seahawks? Why did Ellery not throw him out down a well? Ellery took in anyone she deemed useful, and now such indiscretion led to this. If only I'd taken a stronger hand in. I knew his face. He could not have traveled far so soon. I will not rest until I catch him. This monster cannot be allowed to live, for Crynia and for the Crescent. Unlike Ellery, I've cared little about avenging past wrongs, but this isn't about revenge. It's about setting things right. There's no better outcome for the kingdom. House Heron has destroyed most of itself, and the threat of Ellery fell soon after. I should be jubilant, and yet... It all had little to do with me. I still return home a failure. I wish I could go on the hunt, bring your killer to justice. I truly do, but I cannot. I'd once spent years chasing after this dark bladesman to avenge my family, neglecting those who I ought to have cared about, still finding no answer. With Erinda having lost so much, I must be there to help my people rebuild. I'm sorry, Nerissa. And there's our credits. It was totally out of our control. Yeah, we had no way of knowing that recruiting a man named Betrayer would be a bad idea. That was fucking peak. That was fucking peak. That, I agree, Mafoof, that is the best ending. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll do the actual, I think this is the true ending. I'm back. Ugh. Where does Betrayer place on the tier list? B. I like the idea of every bad decision and severed route building off of one another in order to make the worst possible ending. Like, what if Ellery quit and also, died at 2 different points, and also the Betrayer betrayed them? It's perfect. Once more evil has come to Yalanzar. Once more we are the victims of envy and greed, but citizens, do not fear. You need not deviate from your daily work, or worry about some tragic fate. Time and time again, our most noble defenders have been vanquished by the wicked. Evil shall never take hold of Yalanzar. The beacon of light on the crescent. Guildmaster's proclamation. Yo, is that the betrayer? It's a warrior. Red Unit Warrior betrayer reference? I cannot even sleep soundly, knowing those barbarians lie in wait out of sight. When will these awful days end? Sir, enemies are approaching. It looks like monsters, sir. Monsters? They've replicated the capabilities of the Iron Realm. No matter. We stomped them out last time. We can again. Ballista, open fire. Sir, they're not slowing down? What is this? Useless! Kill them! Sir, our bolts are not enough. They're almost at the walls now. How can this be? Are they so much more powerful than what came before? Give an accurate assessment of their army from the ramparts and report back to me. Yes, sir. Sir, they're coming in waves. What do we do? Sir? Sir? As long as I can see my husband again. Why now? Only when things were looking up for me. The good times really don't last. Quiet, 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 quiet. Is that all you're going to do? Just wait here and let your people be torn to pieces in the streets? Do you think it does not pain me to see the good folk of Yalwanzar fall by the dozens? With Ellery soon to arrive in the chaos, the only way we can repel these invaders is to fortify our existing footholds, instead of sending my troops to death for the chance of saving one more mouth. Even if we entrench ourselves, it matters little if there's no city left to defend. As long as we hold the coal of Yalwanzar, everything can be rebuilt. Even if our sole remaining force breaks from Yalwanzar, then Yalwanzar shall be lost to Ellery. Lady Rosetta, you should understand how to prioritize the bigger picture, especially with how much your last headstrong excursion cost House Heron. That's a low blow, Guildmaster. Let us not forget what your convenient commissions have cost us, and how our ships mysteriously were set alight under your watch. With death coming over the walls, the time for courtesy is over. Be a good figurehead, and be as a good figurehead should, and leave the decisions to the qualified. It is the best chance that you'll have of ever seeing home again. 60 years. I saw the first stone being laid from the foundations. I saw the walls rise of Yalwanzar. I buried a lot of my companions who once brought to life to Yalwanzar. I will die with Yalwanzar. I cannot be content to sit here like a demure princess, while I can still make a difference. That's more like it. You don't have to listen to the things that hag says. You're just eager to violence, instructor. There's nothing wrong with desiring bloodshed. I can't disregard everything she said, but I can compromise. I'll take a small team to rescue whoever I can and return quickly. Sir Speedwell's not going to agree. It'll look really bad for him if you get eaten while he's just sitting around. Hence why we shall depart and return as swift as the wind. We've fought plenty of monsters. Saying a few more is nothing if more people live to see the sunset. Save your justification for someone needs it. Let's get going. What a day to brush off the old lands. We'll hold them off here. May Ellis bless you, heroes. I'll name my next child after you, old man. You don't even know my name. Hey, you don't know my name either. Of course I do, Bob. I'm not senile. It's Darkwood, sir. I don't even know where you got Bob from. Close enough, Bob. Pleasure to have such a courageous young man as yourself to hold off the hordes with. Sir, please, it's Darkwood. I'm not dying here to be remembered as Bob. Irritating. You are fleeing? Of course I am. The walls are down and the militia are broken. The hordes are imminent. The guild stands with Yalwanzar. The guild falls with Yalwanzar. I joined the guild for the tax cut, not to die under the city. Now get out of my way. Then die dishonorably. Oh shit! Dashuda! I just wanted to make money. Why? You are fleeing. I would never, of course not. I'm simply here to check on the situation and relay the guildmaster's orders. Yes? She's calling for the guild to reinforce her position. Understood. Thank the heavens for the wheels being so slow. The gamut has paid off beyond my expectations. We're within Yalanzar's walls without a single injury. It could have been so much worse for us for the Rinde, the Crescent. You'll be a hero.
I don't care about that. Just don't get us killed by our own automatons. They performed admirably. Almost a shame we have to put them down.
The main event has arrived.
Yet I feel far calmer than I have any right to be. Deploy ballistae from our safe houses. Tell the cannibal to activate the artifact.
I'm still feeling the effects of tainted water, but it will subside. Really, Ellery? Poisoning the water? Young lady, where you have disappeared to now, while the calamity springs upon us. Your spontaneous acts of chivalry, which I once praised, shall do us no favors here. Seahawks, this day the Crescent's greatest foes and traitors shall fall. Crush the remaining safe houses, and Yalanzar shall plague us no more. Artifact active. Stabs locked. Stabs are disabled on this map until Cannibal dies. Guildmaster acts first on enemy phase while Oily Oats acts last. Another one for the counter, although this one makes sense, IMO. It's just, honestly, I've stopped fucking counting at this point. It's just yet another dude. He wasn't even, like, built up. He was just introduced and recurred a bunch, and then he just dies out of nowhere. Who cares, right? Like, at this point, it's very much just who cares, right? If stabs are turned off for half of the map, let's just do this, right? Because Sorbet can be our staffer. And he can transform to not be a staffer until we destroy the artifact, right? So I think this is what we do. And Foxberry can just be useless for half of the map, and then she can have a chain hook for the second half of the map. Chat, maybe we'll promote Foxberry. They should bring the Bard back. She was fun. The Bard is dead. Long live the Bard. So this map is, because of the poisoned water, like, easier for that reason, right? We haven't gotten the killed horses easier map yet. We killed the Pegasus. Presumably that impacted the airship in some way, right? But we haven't gotten anything from killing the horses. I guess that'll be next one. Oh, fuck! The S-rank sword is on Oriana! Wisp doesn't have a magic stat, does she? Yeah, no, she doesn't. Damn it! There's some reinforcements that show up without their mounts. Oh, gotcha. Mortars target the whole map but can't damage units with a defensive bonus. Wine produced. Thanks. Thanks for the wine, wino. Holy shit, this guy's got 80 HP. I know someone who doesn't care about 80 HP. What? Oh, you also have 80 HP. Right. Foxberry, I found a use for you. Oh, the crit, too! Oh, that's a good level. That's a good level, Kalugo. You go here, you zombie out. I think the thing that intends to be note by make my own FE hack is progression, because like, how do you get to here from level 1? In fairness, I think even on like prologue, right? Like, or not prologue, but chapter 1, things were already kind of absurd. Like, this game hands you wacky tools from step 1, and they get wackier as the game goes on, and they get more absurd. But it's not like, we were never in normal territory, you know? Yeah, that makes sense. Mood, though. Progression sounds terrifying. Yeah, I mean, part of why I don't make a hack is I just don't think I I don't think I have enough ideas for, like, a good one, right? I'll stick to, you know, the true artists create, critics critique. I'll stick to that. Alright, I think we Brutal Talon you. Or do we kill you with... I think we telescope you and then Canto backwards and kill you with the other form? That way, the zombie form doesn't lose HP and gets to maintain its absurd attack boost. Alright, we'll try it in you. Dodge. Nice. The Igo bonus damage didn't work there. He doesn't boost his own damage. He boosts other people's damage. Allies within 2 tiles. I know, it's easy to mix up or lose track of things because there's just so much in this game. So I totally get it. There we go. Taking care of business.
open this gate?
Many adventurers died to bring me this cannon. I shall make good use of it. Yes, target the great units, girly pop. I haven't used Igo enough to retain what he does, to be honest. Igo seems so good! Is he not considered, like... Is he not considered by the community to be, like, a really good unit? Like, he doesn't have the obvious absurdity of someone like Wisp, or the, 100% growth Dune type deal, but he seems really good, both in terms of, like, the funny screenshot numbers skill, but honestly, just his stats, being a mounted unit with really good stats. There's only so many good units I can use. That's fair. Who, for anyone who knows, like, or has been involved in, like, Cerulean Crescent meta discussion or whatever, who is typically considered to be, like, the high tiers or whatever? Nice job, Sorbet, dodging that 91. Like, obviously, Ellery is fucking phenomenal, right? Oriana's also completely busted in, like, very obvious ways. Ellery is usually considered the best unit in the game for very obvious reasons. In 1.0, Quillian, Zeo, Lindros, and Oriana were also... Not sure if Quillian and Zeo still stay there. Is Lindros just because of the lunging? Like, 3 lunges with guidance? That seems good. Like, it does seem good, don't get me wrong. Just, I was wondering if there's other Lindros sauce. I guess he is really the only mage that has, like, a real magic stat. That's something, right? Please crit, Gecko. Oh my god, the Gale Force Gecko fucking fails to Gale Force. More like Fail Force Gecko. He's an infantry unit who's easily able to keep up mounted units. Vermilion and Gecko have similar benefit, but they're both trainees. Is Vermilion actually a trainee, though? Like... Feathery Fury, I guess he, like, is a trainee you retrain every map. Is that how you would describe it? In 1.0, Feather Fury was 1 range. That seems really fucking bad. That seems really fucking bad. I see. Unfortunate. Because, like, I think the guy with, like, 12 move and the ability to attack 5 times, that's one major pain in the backside taken care of. Stabs are back in action. My greatest supporter falls. You serve the guild well. Feather Fury used to be an unlimited use item, and it made him immune to range damage while equipped. That's very different, yeah. Pretty big rework. Are we not supposed to destroy? Wait, okay, so multi-destroy. Visit all 4 houses and the mansion. Ah, okay, so like these. The ones that are not destroyed. That. I see 2. It's gotta be more than that, right? There's 4 of them. Are you guarding one? Is that a house? That is a house. So 1. Oh, you're guarding one too. Speedwell. Yeah, okay. Hello, Dockmaster. The head of the Harbormen. I remember you. Wait, okay, I missed some... Are we talking about Gale Force Gecko? I saw in... Because I went to the FEU thread, right? I saw that in the FEU thread, people said that, like... Gecko... Like, Gecko apparently got nerfed during one of the early patches. Because people thought she was, like, too good. She got out of hand too quickly. If I am to fall here, throw my body into the docks. Into the docks instead of into the sea. Okay, Dockmaster. I didn't know that. It was, like, during one of the patches where only... It's during one of the patches where, like, only... 10 or so chapters were even completed. Like, it was very early on. But that kind of blew my mind, because they were like, oh, you know, it's not gonna... I think Rivian said, like, it's not gonna stop her from being as good as she is, but it'll maybe delay things. by like a chapter. And that felt like, you know, we're trainee gaming, right? Like, we're Gale Force Gecko gaming, but like, to me, I was like, really? Gecko? Needed a nerf? That's absurd. Krania's defense isn't that good if you don't know about the weird little secret flag zone. Wait, does Krania have like an event that boosts her bulk? Or you're saying you get a second flag, is that what you mean by it, or is there something else? Like a second Seahawk flag. Gecko's fun. I find that she ends up doing sword mage stuff the same as Ori or Raylan, only on Ellery route instead. I have found, you know, as much as I sort of dismissed Gale Force as, like, you've got so many other skills, like, Gale Force doesn't seem as good in this as it would be in vanilla, I found Gale Force to be super useful, because, like, a trained Gecko, now she just says, like, 2 units die per turn. And, like, yeah, a lot of people can have extra actions in a turn, either by, like, setting up Ellery things, or, like, Staff Force Nerissa or whatever. But Gecko feels like probably the easiest, other than literal dancers, way to get a second action. And she's doing it while murdering. Like, she can eliminate 2 dangerous foes. It's one of the most consistent refreshes. Yeah, I mean, it's the only, like I said, the only refresh that feels better than it is, like, specifically, we'll go here, specifically dancing, which, like, is also a bit of a cheat, because, like, oh, you're worse than dancing? Wow. Bad unit, right? Savior the city next day, destroy the next. For changing waves, the crescent finally turns. Ellery Fresh is also better, but that's because it's so absurd. Ellery's is stronger, but it's harder to proc. Like, you do have to, it's very positionally dependent, right? So you do have to do a bit more. Since she's got the option to use magic swords, that ends up being what she does the majority of the time, and Slasher or Fancy Stagger are good for res tanking. So we'll chain up Kalugo. Do you think we're gonna fucking promote our trainee, Foxberry, during Endgame? I think we might promote our fucking trainee. Nice toy you have there. Rat model 67 rat to my hype mortar. Wait, why do I even know that? The monsters, they fly. Yolunzar is doomed. This is an overreaction. I'm just one undead. This is the Crescent's end. The end of days. Now I feel bad about needing to shoot you. I desired a mercantile career to escape the wars of my home. Was it my own actions that brought about this ironic end? Or was it simply cruel fate? I'll never not regret replacing Raylan with Dune on my first run. Raylan is epic. Raylan is epic. Good job, guard. Dune is mostly just a move bot. Her primary combat starts are not I5. Unfortunately, Raylan's brother isn't good, but he's fun. I do like how the two of them, like, work together well, even if I definitely benched him, like, pretty fast, right? It. What about it? Riker, at least at this point, Riker can point and kill something, but so can like 9% of the cast. Yeah. Oh, Dune and yeah, Dune's combat not being right. No, I gotcha. I'm just tired. Oh shit, we just killed an old man. Chat, are we the baddies? After this whole campaign, yes, that is what finally got me to ask, are we the baddies? Yes, target Sorbet, because Sorbet is immortal. 8% hit for 0 damage. Or the guard can just murder you. Nice, you're using Evande? Do people usually not? Nope. But mage armor. But mage armor, :3. I will say, when I first saw Evadne, I was like, wow, they really gave this fucking armor knight a worse version of Rahesia's gimmick, right? She wants to stay still for her skill. Yeah, it certainly, I very rarely get the crits. I'm mostly just using her because, like, she's a butch woman and she's a mage armor. And, you know, I'm very basic if nothing else. That's very real. Valid. I feel like, so we did get a, like, we used a shove change to get a crit here, but how many guaranteed crits have I fucking gotten, right? Let's go, lesbians, let's go. Curse the wicked folk of this land for slaying innocent horses. We may have lost our horses, but not our courageous spirit. Charge, glorious gamblers! House Heron's finest cavalry division. The cavalry division is here. The cavalry is here. She's a good siege bot, but you don't get that many siege tomes. Me with all the siege tomes in my convoy. Oh, I meant to give bolting to Big Bird, because Big Bird just getting, like, crit bolting seems funny. I mostly just use her as a plain mage armor. I think the main reason I'm using her, right, is she's capable of tanking, which is a rare quality amongst this cast. Like, not a lot of tanky people. That's also why I like Igo, right? Librarian. Cranny and Acel were my two main tanks. Is Acel tanky? I guess I just, like, completely memory hold that. I used her for, like, one map and that's it. She's tanky the same way that Kaze is. Oh, so she's like a mage tank, but not a physical tank? Or do you mean... Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is what you mean. Okay, awesome. Infinite AS mage tank with Torment and Mind Crush go burr. Wouldn't people just target Justice, though? Like, isn't that sort of the flaw? Not if Justice is behind her. Yeah, I guess you can keep Justice out of range. That's true. It's the Ike Soren support problem where, like, it is a limitation. Okay, we can dice you. If Justice dies, you just summon Justice number 2. Yeah, I meant more like, what's the point of being tanky if enemies ignore you?
Not as in like, oh no, Justice will die and then you're like screwed. But more like, oh no, Justice will die. And then what do you do, right? To have witnessed the rise and fall of our great house. Crit? Damn, guard fell off. Guard fell off. I'm gonna sell Defender, so I speak for her. I used SL for a couple of chapters in the, I used SL for a couple of chapters in the off-camera playthrough, but then I benched her for, the Bard, Quillian, and the, Troubadour, Muckery, who are both awesome and cool. Damn, I don't even need physical sorbet to kill Speedwell. The plan was to have physical sorbet do it, but I guess we don't need to. Has my peace dulled my skill? Or is it the onset of many curses of old age? Quillian's busted, like top 3 to 4 units. But don't you understand? She's a traitor! So it's wasted experience! How dare you not use insert character here in this cast of 12 more billion? This very much has the ROM hack, like, why do I only get so many deployment slots problem? And, like, to be clear, I know the answer is because, can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine what this would be like if you got more deployment slots? Like, how ridiculous. Oh, I don't have a Horse Slayer. Infinite refresh makes deployment slots feel less tight. I think even if, like, yeah, we've had the deployment limits are good actually conversation before, but I think, like, even if you disregard the sort of like difficulty balancing aspect of things, turns take so fucking long already. Does anyone want them to take longer? I mean, sure, I'm sure someone does. But not me. Yes, I want them to take longer. You already don't like how long player face is. I know, it's one of those, like, I like it. It's super satisfying. But it is also, like, it makes it so you look at your turn counts and you're like, really? That was only that many turns? Filthy invaders! You only know to be envious of our wealth instead of working hard. I'd much rather have a super long player phase where you're, like, engaged with the complex and satisfying mechanics of the game than a super long enemy phase, right? Where, well, I'm just making my sandwich while I wait to be actually allowed to play. I'm so curious to see what an LTC of this game looks like. Does anyone know if there are any completed LTCs? And if so, I would love a link. On a 7-turn map, it takes as long as like a 25-turn in any other game. Rare opportunity to catch— oh shit, Dev in chat! Dev in chat! Welcome, Rivian! Welcome! You've caught— I think this is probably the final stream. We're on one of the many endgames, but you don't know if, or I don't know if,
Because we've had like 5 bad endings already, right? We've had like 5 bad endings already, right? There's no more? You say that! You say that, but wait until Betrayer 2 shows up! Betrayer 2. The betraying. Alright, then we kill you. I guess we wide water or whatever. Saving durability on the final map, it's important. You're out of the bad ending woods. Okay, since Reveillon is here, I can actually, like, explicitly ask the question then. Who is generally considered to be, like, high tier? Like, what are the meta characters? Because, like, there's obviously, you know, Oriana and Ellery are kind of just very, very obviously busted. But I'm curious, especially with how insular often, like, the discussion around ROM hacks and stuff can be. You know, it's not like the mainline games where eventually people, like, come to, you know, oh, Shanna, Marcus, that sort of thing. Who are in this cast where everyone has something busted about them? Who are typically considered to... I don't have a good grasp myself. Honestly fair. Honestly fair. We were earlier trying to, like, pick our way through it and, like... Because, like... Those who only know how to take shall never prosper. Oh, shit. Wait, you're in... Oh, no, you're fine. I forgot. Yvette has like 1,000,000 HP. Alright, if this is truly the final map, then we have to promote Foxberry. We have to promote Foxberry. Which, unfortunately, I think means she has to get some combat. But we can start with a chain hook. From an LTC context, anyone who can use the Seahawk flag in Kanto Plus, I know, chat was saying 100% LTC, Dune goes from, like, scrub tier to one of the best units in the game. Which, like, makes sense because of the whole, like, physical unit with a magical PRF, but now, like, that doesn't matter because you have 100% magic growth. Is Rescue here, or do I have Rescue in Oriana's group? Because I gotta get Soldier out of there. I guess I can refresh using Hellison. So if you go here... It turns out unlimited extra turns and flyer utility is pretty good in an LTC context. I mean, do I need to get Soldier out of there? Probably not. It's Foxberry experience, though. All I know is poor Whipjack will be disrespected forever. Whipjack, my goat. I'm using him in the off-camera playthrough. And he has been... I want to say he's been actually pretty good in that playthrough. I don't know if I've just, like, gotten lucky, or if it's a result of, like... That playthrough hasn't really gotten into... I think the last chapter we beat, or I beat there was... The Foodman one? Because I got Whipjack's boss quote with Provoke Guy. Where's Wave? There's Wave.
I genuinely don't understand the Whipjack hate. My assumption is he's another unit who's just kind of delete this unit, which like almost everyone can kind of function as the delete this unit guy. You know, it's the same thing we were talking about with Gecko, where like, or not Gecko, Raylan's the brother, right? No, Raylan's the sister. Raylan's brother, whatever his name is, Mr. Bravery. How you can point him at someone and say, delete this unit, and like, that's awesome, but that also applies to basically everyone, and he has nothing else going on. Essentially, he's very good at his job on enemy phase, but he gets outspaced because he doesn't have Refresh and Kanto. Yeah, even in his join map, I had to rescue him forward a few times. Yeah, I forgot to unride with Wisp. The mental overload. Even off stream, I find myself making like very simple mistakes like that just because there's so much going on. But if you haven't streamed yourself, and I know this is making excuses, but if you haven't streamed yourself, it is really hard to fully envision just how difficult it is to balance chat and gameplay. And I'm not even good at responding to chat. We'll keep your Pegasus safe, they said. None across the guild, they said. Now I can't even get over this wall. If the guild still exists after this, I'm asking for my payments back. So that's what killing the Pegasus did. She becomes, reverse recruitment Tormod moment. If anyone, oh no, she broke Spirit Slayer. Okay, we're using our turn wheel. I'm gonna count that as one of the 5. Just because I'm so confident that we can do it. Like, we're at the end, right? Alright, John, you got this. Gotta love when murdering everyone isn't good enough. I consistently like the comedy beats that, what's his name? Whipjack gets? Like the fucking, Ellery catching him, so using him as like a pawn to make herself look better in that one paralogue. Oh, it's effective against non-armored. Right. Alright, let's... Hail Strike you? Oh, right, it's physical. Oh, this can be a Foxberry kill. Thanks, Igo. The Foxberry 98 damage screenshot. Can we... Oh, we got the Kanto glitch. Alright, let's heal you. Actually, let's just wave. 98 damage, that's how you know she's goated. We have to get this promotion. It's legally required. Alright. Dust Smasher! Alright, Foxberry, this better be your promo. Okay, here we go. Level 20. Right, yeah, level 20. Okay, she is. Oh, is it 21? Is it 21? Oh, no.
She needs to spend an action promoting. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Alright, you move. Y'all move. Okay. Do we have a freeze staff? We do. I think we have a bolting in the convoy. We have 2. Oh, fuck, is bolting... It's 7 range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh no! We'll just do this.
Alright, so presumably the mortar's going to kill Sorbet's healing form. And we get physical form now. I mean, I could have switched, but it doesn't matter. Has Foxberry been a part of this team the whole time, or is she an impromptu deploy? She has been a part of the team since the, I guess you would call it army split, route split? The Radiant Dawn army split thing. Like, since Oriana quit, Foxberry has been on the squad. Just because, like, most of the people I trained up went with Oriana. I really invested in Talon because he got, like, 7 million lucky strength levels. Oh, wait, do we just kill the silver bow? No. But with inspiration we do. How do we wanna... First off, let's promote. Why does she have Thoron as her promotion item? Rare Talon win. Talon is my goat. Talon is easily, like, top 3 favorite units to use. Alright, what'd you gain? Just stats? No skills, no weapons, just stats. But she gets the Lyn promoted sprite, so that's pretty cool. Okay, cool. We can do that with you. Unfortunately, can't use the crit. It'll be fine. Does she have 7 movement now? I think she got move off of that. Because she had 6 before, unless I'm, like, misremembering. Okay, so we Hail Strike you. All trainees are 5, 6, 7. Did somebody say 6, 7? The wars will never end.
Alright, let's shmove you. Oh, you can't shmove. You... Oh, it's Yarding. Right, that's the guy who stabbed the brother. House Heron's silent guardian, often given tasks beneath his position, he carries without a complaint. Oh, I think we read that description before? So now we can gold bow you. Gale Force Gecko. One of my friends started saying 6-7 as a joke, but now it's a focal stand. Please send help. I mean, I started focusing on it because of the 6-7 wars. The never-ending 6-7 wars. But now I get the same, like, neuron activation, presumably that, like, Gen Alpha does when they actually notice it, right? I can serve our house no more. Danny uttered the forbidden numbers. Yeah, we'll harpoon you. Do you have an anti-crit item? No. Okay, we can get Evande. We can get an Evande kill. Hail Strike knocks you down to 40, and then a critical Hail Strike should be 30, 42. Yeah. So we dance for Evande. 6-7 Archer will save us. And we get the aura as well, so this is actually even stronger. What's funny is, Helicent has been standing adjacent to the person who killed the final boss on both routes. Because Helicent was also the only reason we got the chicken square attack working. Is she boosted, was it Joe that got the kill? I think Joe. We used Joe because of Piercing Bite, because we wanted to one-rounder. Yalanzar, my beautiful city. Why am I cursed with longevity? Have to see my life's work collapse before my eyes. It was Joe, yeah. I couldn't remember if it was her or Miss Airborne. Even if the Guildmaster goes down, what hope do we have left? Their last stronghold falls. The guild is finished. To think I came here merely as an exile, and yet now both House Heron and the Crescent's best lie dead at my feet. It's not like Rosetta to flee a battle. Onward, Seahawks! We've yet to cut off the head of the Heron. Lindros, you damned fool! You promised me you learned from the mistakes of your predecessors. You were supposed to be true to Oak Hell's ideals, to be better. Perhaps I have no one to blame for this but my own foolishness. So taken was I by the need to show off my worth as an Arcsage, to return to the days in my laboratory, that I ignored my own reservations. Oak Hall's ideals were always lies. Why did I fall for those lies once more? Hey, Ellis. Is that the last one? What have you done, Ellery? I thought you nobles were good-for-nothing leeches. Oh, how wrong I was. You're like one of those real heroes, not like the smelly adventurers. There's no need for thanks, ma'am. Head west. Cersei has cleared that area. Are those monsters truly the work of the settlers? They far outclass even the mightiest monster I've fought. That took so much more time than I thought. Supposed to be a quick rescue, not whatever that was. We need to put down their insane mages that concocted this mess. I'm in full agreement, but I thought you enjoyed a good fight.
I don't enjoy fighting a meat tower that will break every bone in my body with one swing. There's no art in that. At least dragons have the decency to make good trophies. It's an odd priority. Let's return before Sir Speedwell rakes us over the coals.
Too late. There he is himself, and he does not look well. You better brace yourself. Good news is not coming. Sir Speedwell, you're wounded. Has Ellery struck already?
She has. Elenzar is lost.
The guild folded that fast? So much for the strongest faction in the Crescent. But we were only gone for... Speedwell, where's everyone else? Where's Sir Yarding?
Fallen in the line of duty.
That can't be possible. It's like coming back from lunch and discovering your own house burnt down. Poor use of metaphor there. Convinced my father it was all my hubris. I convinced my father it was my hubris, my arrogance, that sent these loyal subjects of House Heron to their deaths. With my own 2 hands, I've destroyed the legacy of House Heron.
Elenzar is lost, but House Heron lives. Take our remaining men guarding the boats and leave the Crescent.
Suppose now we have enough space on the boats. What a cruel thing to say, Instructor! How can I escape when it was I who brought everyone to the Crescent to die? How can I do something so despicable?
Is there any use dying here, you fool? If you return alive, perhaps you may one day restore the glory of House Heron. Now go to the ship, before I beat you over the head and drag you there.
Yes, sir.
Cersei, you owe nothing to House Heron. I ask you to escort the young lady. I used to think little of you, but you've aided us faithfully as none can rival your skill.
First compliment I've ever gotten from you. Well, it'd be rather rude to say no now, wouldn't it? I'm too committed. Sir Speedwell, aren't you?
I am owed some rest, considering the gaping hole in my chest. My trusty seed will ensure I catch up. Now move! Is it unsophisticated to not reflect on the life I've lived, but instead think of the luxuries I will never have the chance to experience?
Master Speedwell.
Was your hatred of your family, your uncle, so all-encompassing that you'd willingly tear down the dynasty lasting hundreds of years, send the lives of so many into disarray, and throw the realm into chaos?
I wouldn't have moved heaven and earth for so little, Master. I want all of House Heron's lands. Then, the kingdom.
I should have known you were not so short-sighted. It's a shame. If Lord Dagon had not harbored such bitterness towards your mother, you and Rosetta would have ensured the prosperity of our house for decades.
If Uncle had not been a pathetic creature of envy, then I wouldn't have been driven to this. It is a pointless hypothetical, and you're wasting the time I need to catch Rosetta.
Know your etiquette. It's right to speak respect to your elders when they speak. I shall delay you as long as I can.
Loyal to the end, Master. For what? For Uncle? For that vile man? House Heron's lineage, which has had at best tolerable rulers?
Nothing you'd be able to relate to.
The old fox tried to mislead us into thinking Rosetta fled this way. It's just a shame I've already been told where the last boats are. Just as if a great light has been extinguished. Mitchell, my friend, there shall be no other who understands me as you did. If only there was another way, I could repay you with the gift you gave me. Mother? I didn't expect you'd be back so soon. The green tides are finally no more. I wanted to return as fast as possible. I'm doing fine, Mother. There's no need to worry. I left you in a war with the mainland, Crimea. How could you tell me not to worry? I'm as fine as I can be. Now that you've ended any chance of me living until old age. You always say the most important thing to you, but I guess it's not enough. Not enough to pick your daughter's future up of fulfilling your sense of justice. What are you saying, Krania? I've always picked you first.
Did you? Then why didn't you listen to her?
That's because Again. Endgame B2. Are we in Oriana time now? Or maybe, like, the armies meet, you know, the tower. Well, the tower. The city, it's devastated. This is far worse than I could have possibly imagined. How could this have happened?
You and I both have a pretty good inkling of what's happened.
Could they have... There's no time for that. Monsters run amok. There are people in need of our aid.
Gwillian's final words rang true. The evils which plague the Crescent do not die with her.
It's a good thing I spent so long in Yalanzar scouting out the area. To think I'd have a better lay of the land than you. For shame, cousin. Is this the same? No, this is not the same map as the Orin endgame. I thought it was at first because of the cliffs. But we're in a different city. Because that was Irinde. Yeah, because there's the boat. Yeah. How is there another horde of these things? How many did Ellery unleash? Speaking of Ellery, that's her, right? Pretty distinctive red hair. How did she beat us to the shore? She's going to wipe out our men before we can even reach the boat. You just focus on running. I'll go see what this new head of the Crescent is all about. What do you mean by that? We still have to get through? Don't worry, your pretty little head. I've always wanted to do this trick. Teleports behind you? Damn, I miscalculated the jump. I should have been behind you. What the? I don't remember you from House Heron's dogs. Of course you don't. I'm a woman of the Crescent. Then why do you serve these invaders? Invaders? Come on now, you and I both know how we really got here. I thought the young lady could make a fine dictator for the Crescent, but you've really messed that plan up. You really backed the wrong horse. Given you're here, I suppose a pardon is not going to make you get out of my way. What can I say? I'm too invested in my pet project. Then die fruitlessly in Rosetta's name, as a traitor to the Crescent. Ooh, 13 slots. Oh wait, that's what we had last time, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, chat, what say you? Are we fielding Foxberry, or do we immediately retire her for Nerissa? Because the only reason I benched Nerissa was, like, the staff thing. I thought that would be a bigger deal than it was. I think Foxberry gets to promote and then immediately gets benched. Peak. How is the bad ending? Do you mean the Betrayer ending? That's the good ending. We're doing the bad ending now, but Betrayer is the main character, so the ending where Betrayer wins is the good ending. So, does Shershi, is she gonna be in both spots? No, this is not like when she was a green unit. There is just one of her. Also, hello, Bobby. Oh, right, I think we have the S-rank Dark Tome, and it's been in the convoy the whole time. Let's just... Someone said it's like 40 might? Because we did the side quest, yeah, Edict. It's 20 weight, so she doubles nothing, but isn't her speed like... Yeah, it's like mid. She'll be fine. I'm still confused what happened with Jebel Shershi. Was that not intended? I thought that was like... Because she says like, oh, I can handle it on my own. So I sort of assumed that like the second copy of her was like her handling it on her own. That was an eventing bug? Oh, I thought it was like just her... I thought because she appears right next to the tree. So I thought it was like intended so that she could like just destroy the tree. Hey, Athos. Oh, Locust is finally here.
Well, I guess I sent Bird with the correct army then. Bring Rohesia. I think the squad I've got is pretty settled. I don't doubt that Rohesia has boss combo with Cersei, because she, like, is, she's one of, Rohesia's, like, students, right? There were a couple of them. But I'm using Rohesia in the off-camera one. Do you have the S-rank light tome? Do I? That's a good question. It would have to be on Nerissa again. Is it this one? Can't miss double might versus monsters. That might actually be useful. We'll grab it out of the convoy if we need it. It's 25 might. That's a lot. I kind of like the idea of leaving Meteor on her. The monsters are all over on this side of the map. So, like, we'll grab it if we need it for that. Rohesia is fun, even if she's bad. Yeah, I was surprised to learn that Rohesia is considered, like, a bad unit or whatever, but then when I thought about it, I was like, that does make sense. Stop Rosetta before she can escape the boat. Take note of Rosetta's skills. Or were they different from normal? I like how I gave him the wine ability under the idea that, like, it would fix our economy, and then I just got 1,000,000 gold, like, 3 chapters later. Companions are revived at the start of turn. As long as companions remain, this unit cannot die. That is a very interesting, like, final boss gimmick. Okay. And then we have Licorice, Bellicloy. These are the guys from before. Marzipan and Tapiato. The food soldiers. What is this? Some kind of vision quest? First come, first served. This dish is sliced human. You fucking idiot! That's not a human! You fucking idiot! She's usable, just comparatively bad because of this insane cast. Yeah. Okay, so Seahawk Flag currently does 0, but your missing HP is only... Okay. We need to do a little bit more damage. Not quite enough. That's enough. Killing one unit on player phase is admittedly not that impressive unless you're on misery mode. True. So then Librarian goes down here. And we should be able to Seahawk Flag our way to victory. Curious to see if you can live up to your brutal reputation. I don't want to brag. I got pretty darn good at this whole violence thing. Enough. Enough to challenge the best swordmaster in the Crescent? Let's put your confidence to the test. Alright. Did I pass the test, teacher? I may die here, but the Crescent is truly united. Glad to see this day has come with my own eyes. Winemaker Epic's first time seeing it in action. My logic with the Winemaker was specifically that I wanted to sell the wines for money. because I missed some of the early game side quests. So my economy was really struggling. And like, it did help me at that point. The only other, because we've sort of built John into like a utility unit. I gave him Inspiration and Daunt. So the only other one I considered was the one that stops you from getting doubled or one-shot. Like, stops nearby allies, because it sort of leaned into that, right? But the reason I didn't go for it was my logic was, since this isn't misery mode, almost everyone I'm fielding isn't getting one-shot, even if they're getting doubled, right? So, like, aside from Vermilion, I think was the only, like, really frail unit. But he also has... Doesn't Vermilion have Miracle at base? Vermilion Miracle is from one of the Ariser events. Okay. I know he gives Miracle to the other two chickens, but I couldn't remember if he, like, had it himself or not. Ruler was made with misery in mind. Makes sense, makes sense. But, like, the other ones were more combat-focused, and, like, we've been doing John combat, but... You know, he's level 22 for a reason. He's mostly here as a utility unit, right? And we can just kill a telescope, yeah. Finally, the misery mode balance. Alright, let's... I gotta hasten you. So I have hasten on Ellery. I have one in the convoy. Because otherwise Igo's getting doubled by both of the flyers. Vermilion doesn't have Miracle until you kill Brightbeak. Oh, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Sorry, Buster. You're not helping anyone. Finally, Ellery can do S-rank staffing. She's a good unit now. Thracia archetype. Okay, we go here. Kill the Chukonu guy. I gave L3 capped magic and staff rank in 21x so she could do funny skin slice crit moments. Yeah, we'll just Spirit Slayer you. You can do some funny, silly things with Mercury Synergy. I don't think that's as good as Seahawk Flag Refreshing, but it's very funny to have a 30 Magic Ellery bonk people with uncounterable staff damage with a flat 80% crit. Oh no! You dealt damage to Big Bird! What will he ever do? Sesame Street is ruined. Crit! Damn. Ooh! Wisp got hit by that 34. Guard bad unit, wouldn't get Reaver disadvantage. Too many people have given their lives for me. I must not fall. Wait, there's a treasure chest here. Outdoor treasure chest on the endgame map. It's a 3 houses archetype. It's the Crimson Flower City on Fire treasure chest. Is it gonna have a Sword of Zoltan in it? That would be legitimately hilarious. If it had like Sword of Zoltan as reference to, I think that's what's behind Nemesis, right? A Sword of Zoltan? I hope it has a Master Seal. Yo, Sacred Stone's final map treasure chest reference. It's Arrow of Indrina. Lawrence can finally use his magical lances. How could I forget? Fake Arrow of Indrina fan. God, my Gecko is so fucking speed screwed. It's very tragic. What is her current speed stat? Oh my god, it's 22. This is so sad. It'll never stop being sad seeing Gecko need to hold the frying pan to double these enemies. Good thing the Windsword gives the +5. Yeah, that's why I've got the Windsword on her. It's still tragic though. Big Bird, you can't talk to locusts? Like, I didn't expect to be able to recruit her, but I thought they might have a talk combo or something. Wait, Bird, it's me. Oh? What in Ellis's name are you doing here? Weren't you in Arinda?
Things happen, Locke. Get to safety before the Seahawks get you.
Bloody Seahawks. I go for a stroll and I'll run into them. Talk to you soon. He's blind. He doesn't know who he's seeing. That's actually a good point, yeah. Fireball. Thank God he missed. Thank God he missed. I thought it would be funny to kill her with him. But it turns out I'm just fucking cruel. Because thank God he missed. What RN mode has finally helped us? Gecko's speed at this point should be 24. I guess it's not as bad as it used to be then. She was at like 17 for, I feel like 2/3 of the game. It was frankly ridiculous. Big Bird is only a half Tire Sias archetype because he can't use stabs. I mean, that's why his accuracy is so bad, because he's blind. But he has a 25% skill growth. Like, he has a real skill growth instead of, like, the fake Tire Sias skill growth, right? Alright, what do we get for visiting you? 20 gold. What a fucking troll. Is this also 20 gold? Hey buddy, you look armed and deadly. How about I give you this nice little gift so you can leave my house alone and also not kill me? That'd be great, right? The Bobby! Bobby's here. Okay, we'll meteor you, and then we can kill with Kulugo's Super Snipe. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Bobby's finally joined the party, no longer pilfered. I mean, all that means is we now know for an absolute fucking fact that we are never, like, there's not even gonna be like a shop or preps or anything after this. Because we can't sell Bobby. That would be wrong. It would be immoral to sell Bobby. Yes, weaken the unit who is on a staffer duty. Very smart. AI is the future. Leveling the Tire Size skill is hype. You gotta give him Metis Tomes. Isn't there also, there's a held item. It boosts growth rates in Hag, I think. It's like a scroll. It comes on the Tactician. The Discipline Scroll, yeah. It's only weapon experience? Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it also boosted growth rates while held, but I must be just confusing it with something else. Mobby. Okay, we Hail Strike you. No more dicing Dan. Pitchfork you. Alright, can Kalugo kill one of the flyers? Actually, yes! Even without Super Snipe. Okay. Maybe Kalugo isn't the most washed unit of all time. Maybe there is actually value in deploying him other than, like, YouTuber moments. Oh, I didn't get the free staff. Oh, they're all in Oriana's army. We'll just wave. Kalugo Gaming, so we can use him on the thumbnail retroactively. I mean, like, it's the same reason I used Vermilion, right? It's the same reason I almost used Eosef, but thankfully decided not to. Although Eosef's been, like, fine in my off-camera playthrough. Poor Eosef. I'm a big Eosef believer. It's cool to get the extra actions and throw rocks. Like, that's always fun. Yvette's doing nothing this map. I swear she's been an all-star. Like, I swear to God, she's been one of the best units on my team. It's just, unfortunately, because I had her longbow on turn 1, and then she's in infantry movement, and we don't have Mince, her best friend Mince. I think, like, Mince is, like, her biggest op, right? Because, like, being able to, like, swarp her forward with Mince. We don't even have the rescue staff. We do. The Mince Wisp synergy is also just so good. Like, having Wisp go forward, delete a unit, and then swarping Mince into position as, like, someone actually bulky instead of, like, Wisp's relative frailty when she's not relying on, like, Spirit Slayer Miracle. Very useful. The other option is rescuing with Wisp. Yeah, Wisp can, I guess, rescue her, but I think we're just gonna rely on, like, ballistas. There is nothing more satisfying than exiting the ballista, crocodiling someone, and then re-entering the ballista to shoot someone else. Like, that's the neuron activation right there is what that is. More aged wine! The value is so high. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright. Unleash. Kill you. No ley line from the ballista. Makes sense, but sad. Baba booey! You also just like the nice thing about Avada is you get to see the Baron crit very frequently, and that is that is a peak animation. Alright, you have a tomahawk and 6 move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Let's put you here. Edict you. The wine is bad. Please don't encourage alcoholism. We have to cancel more like Cerulean canceled for encouraging children alcoholism. Look at this. Oh. I just sort of assumed because she's a trainee. I assumed I'd already done it. Look at this. Cerulean canceled. This is how it all comes tumbling down. You never would have expected. God, Wisp is so fucking cool. This is another unit that, like, I can tell. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like she's gotta be one of the best in the cast. Like, I'm sorry, capped move, ignoring walls, and just cracked stats. Wisp finally leveling strength. Her biggest issue is her join time. Doesn't she join in like chapter 13 though? Like that's relatively early. I know it's in part 2. Chapter 13 on the dot. That's about halfway through the game. I guess, yeah, because even though it's like 30-ish chapters, because of the route split... Oh, damn. You're gonna get revived. Well, at least we know Ivade is, like, able to kill these people. I think she's still high tier, but it, like, sets her above from the other high tiers. I mean, I know you've mentioned, like, Quillayan, right? But Quillayan only joins 4 chapters difference from... Like, it's only a 4-chapter difference, right? So, like, is that really... such a big deal? Because Quillayan joins in chapter 8, right? Like, halfway through chapter 8? So, 8.5 versus 13? I guess that's 4.5 chapters. Oh, we can't go through them? Oh no, wait, okay. We have warp. That is enough, and John doesn't die. Oh, I'm thinking of Mukri. Mukri's halfway through, right, beginning of 8. So 5 chapters difference. In 1.0, the buffs were so strong it made her top tier. I mean, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that, like, from what I've heard, the 1.0 version is, a little ridiculous. Okay, we Brave Bow you. Crit you to death. And that's all 4 of them down. So let's sorbet for the win. Oh, right, you have Miracle. Sorbet Goto moment. The Goto memes will never end. Gale Force Gecko. Hard to believe it was only months ago we defended this city ourselves. This stall, this corpse. I used to always buy from the guys in the evening for a quick bite. Only the weak-willed abandon their convictions in the first sight of conflict. Her judgment is none of my concern. Rosetta, you should have told me you were coming. I would have prepared a warmer welcome. Well done, Ellery. Did not occur to me for a second your hatred could run so deep. I would never wish you harm. I will demolish all you stood for, crush your hopes and ambitions, but I wouldn't harm my dear cousin. Is that really all you saw in me? All that our bond was worth? I only wanted you to live. I know that.
I extend you the same grace. At the cost of your own countrymen and the people of the Crescent. You've gotten your revenge. Do you feel no guilt bringing war to these shores? The words of an outsider alone cannot bring about an invasion. I did no more than stir up existing cruel ambitions held by House Heron. Trying to draw some equivalence between us means nothing. The princess would be disgusted by the lows you've sunk to. Would she? Or would she respect my commitment to her cause, embittered by the world which had rejected her goodwill? You lost the right to judge when you betrayed our cause. She was a dreamer, Ellery. You must have known her ambitions were doomed by lack of support. Love blinded you to the obvious, that it was a path of inevitable ruin. Better an attempt at change than continuing down the path of decline. Admit it, it was never about the practicalities. It was never about me. You just wanted the easy way out, whatever benefited you the most. You think I did not have to suffer through countless sleepless nights, her reflection stalking me in the dark. She meant equally as much to me. Your actions would prove otherwise. Guilt is no defense for treachery. My decision had no effect on the inevitable. I had my duties to follow. If there was any way I could have saved her, I would have done so. That might be what you say to keep the shades at bay, but I don't need to hear it. Then take your revenge, Ellery. Strike me down. I don't need your twisted mercy. But you'll get it all the same. It's what you did for me, dear cousin. I truly believed I would find a different person than what you've become. Then you don't understand me enough. I want you to live with the knowledge that you brought to the Herons nothing but ruin. Your name shall be reviled equally on the Crescent and the mainland. The last of the Herons, whose arrogance condemned a dynasty lasting generations. I had the Crescent, the lands of exiles, to flee to. You'll have no such luck. Between the king and the great houses, who will first smell the blood in the water? Perhaps you could beg to marry some fourth-born son for a scrap of land. A tragic fate for the hope of the Herons. I know what you're trying to do. You want to break my spirit, have me fall on my sword, bypassing your perverted form of mercy. Don't overestimate your importance. You're one stepping stone on my journey. It matters little if you live or die, with House Heron as obliterated as it is. Then let me live, or prove yourself to be a vow-breaker. Then live, Rosetta. You'll live to witness how I shall take all of House Heron's lands, trample the mainland underfoot, to see the princess's name be given her rightful place. You're nothing like her. You'll set yourself alight with the fires you start, Ellery. Perhaps I will, perhaps I won't. But it'll be one spectacular bonfire. Is this what you would have wanted, Princess? To see Ellery wage war on your behalf? To forget all of those principles you fought for? To conquer in the name of conquest itself? But this punishment is what I deserve. That adventurer's words come to mind. How could I have possibly justified a conquest under such flimsy pretenses? Is what's under the facade nothing more than an opportunist and a powermonger? Who dressed up all her desires with the self-deceiving excuse of moral necessity? You let her go, Chief? After all that? Without House Heron's army, she's nothing more than another powerless noblewoman. As were you before you conquered the Crescent. You can't possibly believe that. Fine. I'll admit my weakness. I thought rage had hardened my resolve, but even then, I was unable to personally order her death. For years, she had been my only companion. You yourself recounted to me how she betrayed your trust and broke those ties. Chief, it's not like you to abandon an advantage due to soft-heartedness. You've grown more of a backbone to rebuke me so directly. It's good to see. However, my decision as chief is final. Forgive my impertinence, but this victory was brought about by the whole Crescent. It does their efforts, their sacrifice, a disservice to let our greatest foe live. But I was the one who made this victory possible. Does that not make me the one with the most say? I suppose so. But even then, the interests of the Crescent are being put at risk. Chief, I can take a ship and go after her. You wouldn't have to dirty your own hand. Crynia, if those closest to you would betray your cause, can you say without a doubt you'd cut them down? Yes, I would, if that's what my position demanded of me. Then you might make a finer ruler than me one day. For now, you're still my assistant. Do not overstep your bounds. Understood, Chief. I'm sorry. Don't be. Your frustrations are perfectly valid, but
Allow me this selfishness. The taste of victory. Ellery's mounted lances and staffs. Is she a royal knight? Yo, engage royal knight action. We did it! We got to another epilogue! Change the direction of our history. No more are we the puppets of nobles over the oceans, resources to be exploited. We are at last free to dictate our fate. And I am deeply regretful that our victory came at such a cost. So I beseech you, please give assistance to the unfortunate victims of this war. We do not anticipate these monsters escaping our control, or that Yalunzar might pay the price for it. We must bring security back to these lands, and rebuild even greater than before. That's not true, right? Lynn, you'd never be caught by such an amateurish mistake. Indeed, explaining it as a mistake is easier than the alternative. To use your automatons for war goes against everything you told me. Did Ellery push you into this? Ellery did not force me. This was my decision alone. Was it really? If she sets up all the circumstances for the decision and pressured you one way, is it really your decision? How could this be my decision? How could this not be my decision when its weight haunted my mind for so long? I didn't mean to sound accusatory, Lynn. I just wanted to know what was going on. It's just what needed to be done. Nothing more than that. I worry for you, man. Even if you thought it best, I don't want you to take the fall. You worry too much, Palm. This should be time for you to relax. The war is over. If there's anything you need to get off your chest, you'll know you'll have my ear. Of course. I'm glad to have you. No, we're different. He cared not for the consequences, only himself. I did only what I had to. We're different. We have to be different. Mince, you've returned!
Why wouldn't I? You read my last letter, right?
There's a difference between assurance on paper and in person. Besides, I was worried that given... It's nothing important.
As a friend, I can only trust you did what you needed to.
I needed to hear that. I trust your adventures have been a great success?
Like you wouldn't believe. How about we talk over lunch? I got quite the tale to tell.
Responsibility calls during the middle of the day, unfortunately. How about over dinner instead?
I'll make the best stew you ever tasted when you get back.
That gives me a lot to look forward to. I'll see you soon.
Should I have said something about Maurice? But if it causes problems with the quartermaster, maybe it's better for everyone not to know.
Oh! We actually have like an oh, and we've got everyone here! Well, almost everyone. Ba-da, ba, 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 ba-da, ba, ba-da, ba, ba, ba-da, ba, ba-da. That's the guy again! So, like, I mean, I'm calling it now. There's no good ending, right? Like, Ellery dies here too, right? With Oriana returning, it's a good idea to catch up on things. Guard, Captain Potato, and Chops can wait for whenever I'm ready. I should have taken a leave of absence for illness. Then I could have been paid for doing nothing the past few months. And let the chief skin you alive? She's already onto your nonsense. Might slip through the cracks with how busy she's been. Palm, you look like you slept through a sandstorm. It's been a rough couple of days. You can certainly say that again. We're working overtime to push on our monsters to push out our own monsters as well as the invaders. I thought they were great. Nothing like a multi-sided battle with big monsters to really up the stakes. The world destroyed by a meteor, you'd say, adds to the excitement. Even when invading Anon, we avoided collateral damage. It's just difficult to feel great about this victory. I can't say I feel great about it either, but it's not exactly our problem. Do you guys know
Do you guys, I don't know, feel some kind of responsibility for this? Yalanzar was a thriving city days ago, and now after we're just rank and file. Granted, elite rank and file. Not much we can do but follow the gold. When the Reaper comes knocking, we have no need to answer the call. The Chief and Lindros will, though. Well, your man's probably fine. He wasn't calling the shots. That's little comfort. I always live by this principle, that there's no use worrying about something you can't fix. You don't worry about things you can fix either. That's true, but that's not relevant. I suppose there's little purpose in this dreary talk. I should go help with evacuation efforts. With how tired you look, I can't sleep well these past few nights. Better for me to get something done. This is not particularly my area, but I might as well help you out. Last thing I want to do is volunteer for more work, but fine, I'm in. Thanks, everyone. Let's go.
Look, what are you doing in this place? There's this whole invasion happening.
Not exactly expecting an invasion, but I could ask the same of you. What happened to starting over? Putting up the axe for good?
It's not right. I couldn't sleep soundly knowing you were out there alone.
You know I'm a survivor, Bird. I am in no need of your help.
It's mostly you helping me, but I shouldn't have abandoned you. And that's why I took a deal with the chief. And then in return for my service,
I'd be pardoned? So that you could be a forward pawn for her schemes? Bird, have you gone mad? You know she's just looking for warm bodies.
I'm also pretty good at this whole surviving thing, right?
I can't believe you're still risking your life out there. After you decided you wanted no more of this life? And for what? For me, who has little need for Arinde?
Look, I just wanted to make sure you get a backup option there for you. I'm more than happy to hit the road once more, as long as we're a duo.
And leave all your books and your new home behind?
I had my fair share of peace, I think. I'm more than ready to travel once more.
Bird, there's no need for that. I'll come see this Arinde.
Fantastic! I've prepared a place for you. Good view of the beach. Let me tell you about the town. Great people. And the library.
I'm not yet 20. I'm handsome and intelligent. I'm strong and healthy. I can turn my life around. I can make choices for myself. I can find my own destiny. By Alice's name, who am I kidding?
I find Jungren's third theorem on mana conversion to be fundamentally flawed.
Blah. What use is focusing on semantics when its applications are mostly sound?
If it is to be an underlying law, I believe that its applications must be universal, rather than mostly universal.
Pedants like you suck joy out of magic.
Fascinating, my good friend. Friends. You've touched upon some concepts even I have little familiarity with, but I do see the overall picture. It was during this discussion which I have realized that it's not just the second theorem which put to question, but
I thought I was an expert on pain, and yet even I cannot describe the pain you've caused me by prattling on for so long.
Upon further consideration, perhaps we are due to retire for the day. It will be a pleasure to continue the discussion at a different time. You claim to have no memories before your creation, yes? Yet your grasp upon theoretical magics is beyond even our sages. It's quite curious how you possess such a body of knowledge. It is quite curious indeed. I am unsatisfied by the conjecture of inherited memories. It is my objective to discover a refined explanation, as I am free from responsibility.
What use is there in pursuing reason for this? For why it is when it is? Why would you question why the sun rises in the sky?
That is indeed a question which great thinkers have sought to uncover. It's positively wasteful for minds like yours to be put to work as the chief's henchman. Come join my research at my burgeoning library. I can pay more than she does. I find this agreeable. What about your input, my compatriot?
I'd rather crush our skull between our hands.
I have reason to believe that signified disagreement. I shall have a room prepared for you if you ever reconsider. "16? You weren't at Uncle Spice's funeral!" I don't care for those false faces and needless cacophony. But it was Uncle's funeral! How could you miss it for such a minor reason? It's pointless tradition. Whatever emotion I need to express, I'll do it alone. Now that Uncle is no more, it's up to me to look after you. Why? What do you mean, why? Because we're family. Nothing has caused me more pain than family. I don't need you. You don't need me either. It's not about need, it's about looking out for each other. You can't keep this up. What's that to you? I don't really know. You don't really know me. I said so as much last time. I'm just a creature in need of charity, a responsibility to be taken care of, left to you by the uncle you revere. That's absolutely not what I mean. I just want to... You don't want help because you don't want to help. You don't want to help because of me, but because of this illusory obligation. I care nothing for the John clan, nothing for your help. I am who I am. I think I've started off on the wrong foot. Let's talk again tomorrow. But as Pomelo, not John 14. I don't understand you. Why again? I think we can better understand each other. Give me another chance. Do you agree? Fine. Tomorrow. I shouldn't have pushed so hard. I forget what kind of life she had to experience before this. But I can still get this right. Danny, what are your thoughts on Ellery as a character? I just don't really, I really don't like the story. And I think Ellery is like a big part of it. She's... yeah, not positive thoughts, I'll say that. Ozelf. Chief, I want to inform you that I might be leaving your service at the month's end. That's good timing, because I was going to dismiss you. Dismissed? What did I do? Exactly, what did you do? But what about all the work I did since the last wage distribution? What work? You should have ran into me after the pay got handed out, which is scheduled for tomorrow. Good thing I spent so much time looting Yalenzar while they were busy. Now that I have gold, where will I go? Yeah, what work, bro? What work? Are you done with your little fun and games? My work is serious business. I'm the Yellow Storm Master Assassin. I'm dining on the best rice there is, being showered in fame and wealth. What use are temporary pleasures compared to the search for immortality? What use is immortality when you've lived a purposeless life? How can you deny our traditions carried for millennia to mingle with humans? I don't care about your stupid ascension stuff. I'm living life the way that I want. You, the old gray one, you're all chasing your tail in the self-made struggle. Then go, live as you see fit. Time will show you the emptiness of your actions. Another happy conversation. Humans, here I come. The mainland is not ready for the Yellow Storm, Master Assassin. I scorned the virtuous veil for blindness, for their madness, and yet, was it I who was blind? Was mad? All these years, all to end in this? Perhaps it is better if this path was severed and a new path forged. But how many more years do I have left to change my ways once more? Welcome back, Dune. I assume your services to the Crescent have been exemplary? It is always a pleasure to fight for strangers I care nothing for. I'm pleased to see Iride has not fallen in my absence. That's probably why I hold the job. It was necessary for one of Verinde's best to supervise the danger of the Green Tide. I'm certain it was. Alright, report to the guard captain. She'll get you updated on current matters. Now that's someone bad that's someone bad at hiding one's bitterness from one's superiors. Definitely an issue lying in wait, but it'll require a deft hand to disarm. Uncle! It's been so long. I don't think I've ever properly thanked you for protecting me. Don't worry about it. It wasn't just selfless. What was there to gain from throwing yourself into danger, against the sect nonetheless? It wasn't just about you, it was about me too. Mother and Ori always saw me as the black sheep. I relished the chance to prove them wrong. I don't really care about any of that. You got me out alive from that ambush. You're the best uncle I could ever have. I don't know if I could ever repay you. Believe it or not, you were already repaying me. Really? I haven't done anything. When I was at the tavern the other day, a few blokes went, "Hey, isn't that Crinius' uncle?" and actually bought me drinks. Well, that's just a few drinks. It's not just the drinks. People look at me totally differently. I'm no longer just that drunk guy. I'm the uncle to the newest big shot in town. It's pretty great. I had no idea I was so well known these days. I've just been helping out the chief where I can. If any of the fame goes to your head, well, you're a dragon. I guess it's fine. Thanks for the advice, uncle. Although, maybe I can put it through with the chief. Maybe I can put it through with the chief to get you somewhere you want? Don't worry about it. I have a good work-to-pay ratio. There's something you can help me with, though. I'm more than happy to. So old Bob's been cutting me off, even when I close my tab. With you there, I think I can make a more convincing argument. Sure. Still training, Gecko? It should be a time for relaxation. It's just a little more. I have to be better so I can be more used to you. Be more used to me? You're already clashing swords with the best of them. I know you favored me even when I had little to contribute. I was just a girl compared to the other hardened fighters. You saw potential in me. That's why it's not enough for me to be good, but I need to be better. I didn't realize I'd inadvertently put so much pressure on you. I can't simply detect potential. Then why have any interest in me at all? I was just Gecko. I saw too much myself in you. We were both marked by the stigma of our birth, both rejected by the people around us, both sought to escape from horrid origins. I had Rosetta at least, but you had no one. I wanted to be someone that could be there, just as my child self desperately needed someone. That's all there is to it. And I put all this effort in. All I did to convince myself. Did I have any talent for the blade at all? Talent means nothing anymore, seeing how far you've come. What is there to worry about? You're right, I've come this far. Don't feel the need to push yourself so hard. Go talk to Crynia. I'm sure she wants to see you. Alright, Chief. Chief, you don't understand. I abhor violence, hated killing, but I've pushed through it for you. Because you must have seen something in me. And now you tell me I've set myself on this path for an idea that was all in my head? And that's how we killed a god! You killed a god? I can't imagine doing something like that. He's obviously making stuff up to try and impress you. I'd have chosen a less obvious exaggeration. She totally was a god! Turned into a dragon and everything! Doesn't mean I'm a god. Let me finish! She was summoning like 1,000,000 clones of herself. I'm sure there's some niche lost magic out there that can do that. Ray, you know what I'm talking about. Can you explain it better? If she says she has godlike powers... If she says she's a god, has godlike powers, and all the monsters stopped after she died, that's basically a god? I believe you. Raylan wouldn't make something up like that. A little wounded at the implication, I would, but see? Ultra rare occasion of Raylan backing me up. I'm not backing you up, I'm acknowledging facts. Fine, guess that makes sense. Anyways, we're basically god slayers. Cool stuff, right? We just won a war for the freedom of the Crescent. People win wars all the time! People don't kill gods all the time. If we're using your definition, then people who clearly kill all gods all the time do. I'm feeling a little victimized. I suspect you're just envious of my skill with the lance. Lance wielders and their stick measuring contest. Their stick measuring contests! Sorry. That caught me off guard. Let's let these two dish it out. Okay. Hey, don't leave me with this dolt. At least I'm not a zombie lizard. I'm not dignifying that with an answer. Welcome back, little guy. You look, different. Is it just me, or are you a lot quieter than before? I hope you had fun. On my end, we beat the bad people and saved the Crescent, so that was pretty great, too. Well, I heard Uncle Mince is coming back with some actually edible food soon. Let's go see if we can leech some stuff off of him before everyone else. What a week. Killing a god is hard work. I'd be happy to get some downtime before the next job. Ray, you seem to have forgotten something.
What? Our discussion last time doesn't matter because the Shearwaters are disbanding! Oh, yeah, that did happen. Damn, who knew killing a god would be so bad for the job market? I'm all for spending our hard-earned savings and enjoying ourselves,
But let's figure out a plan first. That's easy! There's always being a mercenary. That's basically the same thing. Besides, the girls love a strapping young mercenary. No, they don't. Mercenaries reek of instability and irresponsibility. You just don't get it. What's more, not exactly a lucrative role with all the other adventurers in it. No treasure to steal and no tombs to loot.
what better idea do you have? We made a pretty big haul the last few years. I could invest that gold into land in Arinde, especially since it's the biggest settlement now, and lots of people are coming in.
We could hire some people to run the place, maybe even coast off of rental income.
And become a leech on society?
No, that's not what I said. Kinda sounds like it.
I still think being a mercenary is more reliable. Do you know anything about buying land or running stores? No, but one is born with that knowledge, and I'm sure it can't be that hard. No, but no one is born with that knowledge, and I'm sure it can't be that hard. It seems like you'd want to take another career that risks your life and so soon. I'm not risking my life if I don't die. Brother? Damn, I'm glad we benched her, fucking landlord. Landlord's you, yeah. Poor Quillian. Once an exalted prodigy, seen once in 1,000 years, doomed to waste away, trapped in this pitiful realm, and to be slain ignobiously by mere mortals. I am content to enjoy the thousands of years I have remaining of my life, for it is thousands more than a mortal. That is good enough for me. But it was never good enough for you, and that is why you would rather seek an extravagant death than die quietly. In the end, you died quietly all the same. Poor Quillian. And we didn't get the wyvern, so Whipjack has no one to talk to.
How do you walk confidently through these streets, seek the destruction you caused? How do you sleep soundly at night, knowing many shall never sleep again due to you?
I may be unable to repay my debts, but how could you repay your debts to the world? When in Ellis's name did he get the courage to stand up to me? I was so baffled I didn't even get a chance to skewer him. Ellery, have you seen the Arcsage around? No, and I don't imagine she's in quite the talking mood. What an incredible observation, my good perceptive chieftain. I've workshopped 10 different ways to try and explain myself, and all of them seem worthless. It sounds like an uphill battle. You have my best wishes. I'm going to need all your best wishes to get through this. It's rare to see you outdoors. Finally out for some fresh air? Damn, Raylan's the biggest villain of the game. Yet another traitor in our own party. This relationship is strictly professional. I see no need to include idle chatter. By Ellis's name, Hellison, you can't possibly be that taciturn. I see no need to engage in activities unrelated to my established duties. I'm seeing why your relationship with nobles was strained, and it might not be because of your status as a commoner. I have no interest in your idle speculations. You just gonna stand there until I leave? Alright then. Hello, Wisp. Chief, I gotta ask. No. I had your tacit approval when my work began. I was under the impression you would write a reasonable account of our travels, not fill your pages with slanderous garbage. Whatever Oriana did to you, I won't stand for this, and for this frankly abhorrent depiction of her. I may have taken some liberties, but the majority sticks close to the facts. A significant connecting tissue to your little novel is the speculations about my sex life. Look, it's all part of the art. Besides, who else can get to spread your name around? Quillian? That's right, she disappeared. Watch your words, Foxberry. You're already lucky all you got was a week of docked pay. You are silencing creative freedom! Stick to map-making, Tartographer. Writing is a little too dangerous for you. Who does she think she is? The soon-to-be ruler of the Crescent, I suppose, but still! And now my goat!
He's almost capped his fucking strength! 27 is absurd! I didn't realize he was this cracked! My goddamn goat! He's almost hit level 32. That's what happens when you're just the best unit in the army. It has been some time since we can truly relax with the tide and all. It's been a tough few months. With the Shearwaters disbanded and the tide gone, we'll have plenty of time soon. Now that your journey of self-improvement has finished, where does your next journey take you? Just home. All the strength I've cultivated means nothing if I cannot find a meaningful way to use it. You hated being reminded of the family name, but you're going back to fight for it? I can't reject who I am. My sister needs me in the days to come, and I must support her. I'm surprised that once you've tasted freedom, you'd be so willing to go back. I thought little of home when I began this journey, but now it beckons. What shall you do once you return to Arinde? Open up a new healing practice? I don't plan to return to Arinde. I'm setting up for the mainland. What? Really? You never said anything about this to me. I've seen all the Crescent has to offer. I wish to see the glory of the mainland. But why the mainland? What's wrong with the Crescent? It's a journey of 2 years. I witnessed the complete inadequacy of the sect, the rise and fall of warlords, and partook personally in the slaying of a false deity. How can I return to Arinde as a simple healer when I've already seen so much? I'm not sure I get it. All of that just makes me so tired. I never thought I'd just want to leave Arinde for good. I never thought so too, but plans and people change. I'm glad you found new love for your home, but I have not. And it's goodbye just like that? I want to wrap up a few loose ends, but I suppose so. But not forever. Maybe you'll get sick of Arinde again, and you can join me on the mainland. I have to support my family. Maybe one day, Chalice. All that 27 strength means nothing, he says. This guy's like top 3 favorite units. He's so fucking fun. I'd wager he's not going to live long. Oh, Ellery, you fucking idiot. Talon lives forever. I fulfilled more than my end of the deal, Chief Ellery. I believe it's only right that I share in the spoils. Of course, you're one of my most important trusted allies. I want Yalanzar, what's left of it. Even if we did topple the guild, Yalanzar belongs to none but its inhabitants. You don't have to repeat those honeyed lies in front of me. I asked for jurisdiction. Mayor Thyme, you ask too much. I ask only what I believe I deserve. You may experience running Sundown Bay, but the whole of Yalanzar too? A starving camel is bigger than a horse. Even with much of the city destroyed, it will go quite the handful to govern. If I drop the mask a little, that means nothing to me because I care nothing for the city or its people. I care for the riches that lie within. That's not a convincing case for why I should agree to this. Alright, let's pretend that you do care about how these people end up. Your town is half the crescent away. You will soon have your hands full trying to eat the Iron Realm. Do you really want another potential issue to deal with? Surely you wouldn't trust the High Priestess, who can spread her lies. You make a valid point, Mayor Thyme. I shall let you take jurisdiction of Yalanzar, but only on the condition that we be given 2 months to clean up the situation first. Rather sporting of you. I can wait. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some plans to make. You'll be dead before the year's end anyway. Thyme? I'm just here to inform you all the land we stand on will soon be mine. Okay, what's your point? You said that our fratricide would never be rewarded, that Ellis would punish us. Look at us now. I continue to grow my little empire, and you say a miserable layabout. This is the justice you've been clinging to. I tire of your little games. What do you want from me, Thyme? You've proven your superiority. I despise you, brother. I despise your pretension of remorse. I despise the fact that you play the victim when you were no less the perpetrator. I will watch you waste away into nothing. Do tasting the Crescent's cuisines allow you to forget just for a second? What other excitement can you seek out to escape the prison you've made for yourself? Or are you clutching your fist, brother? Do you intend to kill me, your birth sister, after having killed your adopted family? Don't think I won't do it, Thyme. What a joke coming from you. You've spent the last few years doing nothing but moping and whining. Ellis wouldn't accept someone like you.
I just saw her bothering you again. A shame she left before I give her a piece of my mind, mayor or not.
Mince, this time, I'm gonna have to do it. I have to.
Do what?
I'm going to kill her.
Hey. I know you're shaking, but don't be too hasty here.
I have to, Mince. It's the only way to end this cycle.
I know you want her out of your life, but she's an expert mage killer, and is followed by her henchmen. The last thing I'd want is to see you throwing your life away.
Better that than live like this.
You don't have to do this! There are more in the world than the Crescent. There's more of the world than the Crescent and the mainland.
The ghosts will chase me anywhere I go. I have to do this, Mince. I am just glad for someone to confide in before I do.
Basil, if you're truly determined to go down this road, then I'll support you where you need to be.
This is my fight, Mince. I won't drag you into this. What would the chief think of you attacking her ally?
She's my friend, but you are too. I'm sure she'd understand.
I'm endlessly grateful to have met someone like you, Mince. You're right. I was too hasty. I'll have to sleep on my plans.
Drink some warm soup and get an early night, Basil. Don't be afraid to summon me if you need to.
Sorry, Mince. I have to go alone. Mage Killer, what's her res? It's this. Spell Steal. When fighting magical units, add their magic ×3 to your damage. She is legitimately a Mage Killer. Also good base res. We've witnessed the death of a god and helped save the Crescent, but neither of us are any closer to the original goal.
I am.
You are?
Yes. My understanding of how to be the best has improved. If a god does not know, no one knows how to be the best.
And that helps?
If no one knows, no one is closer to being the best. I can still be the best.
I'm glad I didn't drag you with me on this journey for nothing, then. Where will you go from here, Yosef?
I must do lots of thinking. I will understand what it means to be the best with thinking.
That sounds great. I'm planning to leave the Crescent, even if this god was not the answer to my destiny. Then the answer must lie on the other continents, even if that means leaving my home behind.
You are going far away?
I don't know how far, but yeah, pretty far away, I assume.
I hope you will not be so far away eventually.
I do too, big fella. And then she says, I thought you knew how to read, Hagendry. What baloney! Blame for the faults of my incompetent underlings.
It's a wonder the people of Arena ain't thrown her into a pit.
I concur, although I thought you were some commoner brute, much like Ellery. But you're above that minimum.
I heard enough that you talk to understand that as a compliment.
You're really going to keep working under that menace of a woman?
If she treated me like she does you, I'd break her neck with my bare hands.
Undoubtedly, I was filled with boiling rage, my ancestors calling for retribution. I've since achieved an understanding that has allowed me to shed my anger.
And how do you do that exactly?
She is forced to employ me due to my skills, and yet she fears and detests me because I am something she can never be, a true noble. As one of pure blood and superior breeding, it is beneath me to respond to her envy.
I think it's worth expressing these thoughts to her, as this might help Ellery reflect on her actions.
You really think so?
A true noble aims to be better, to better everyone around him, even someone who slights him.
Very well. I shall do so on the morrow.
Now that's a good man. Don't forget to give me a call when you do that. I need to be there. I almost upset Ellery's doing so well. We're under her for the foreseeable future. But our triumphant return draws closer.
Whatever return it might be, it shall not be triumphant.
There's no joy on your face, Lord Zio. Are you not eager to avenge the princess?
I am not. The object of my affection is dead. Another war means nothing to me.
You've already sacrificed so much for this cause. How are you still hesitant?
The cause died with the princess.
I cannot give it my everything for a mere invitation.
Then you intend to stay in the Crescent? To abandon the princess's cause?
I fought only for one, no other.
If you were any other man, I'd smite you where you stand for your spinelessness.
Then do it!
I will not, because you've already proven yourself to me. Nevertheless, it pains me to see a good man driven to total inaction because of mere melancholy.
Mere melancholy? How can mere melancholy begin to describe anything?
I cannot understand your aims, but I pray for your good fortune. Goodbye.
We will likely never cross paths again. Why be jubilant at this mere illusion of victory, when it will all be swept away like dust on the wind?
Theo, my miserable friend, looking sad as ever.
I'm glad to see a grin on your face, though you seem to be always grinning.
I have no desire to remain in the employ of a red-haired warmonger. I've decided. That tragic hero which you wrote, I'm going to bring it to life.
It's merely words on a paper. How can one simply become a hero?
With ease, Theo. I may lack memories, but there's a whole world out there for me to make memories in. It's time for me to carve out my legend, corresponding to the hero you wrote.
I'm glad to hear you found your calling, yet I still waste away.
If you can't find your calling, then I'm finding it for you. You, my friend, are coming with me.
Huh?
Well, I've been studying the adventures of Master Rosswood for inspiration, and I found that having a scribe to write down everything for him was essential.
Me, a scribe? But I've written nothing but empty poems.
You can write.
Yes, but...
Nah, what's the matter? Adventure awaits!
No, it's just... You're asking me to leave behind... Perhaps I don't have much to leave behind anymore, but still...
Are you content with living under Ellie's banner? And fighting for a cause you no longer believe in?
Well... No, I suppose.
Then what are you waiting for?
I don't actually have a good reason except for the inherent ease of doing nothing.
You have it, pal. It's time for a legend to begin. Kalugo and Zio has a nice ring to it.
When shall we depart?
Right now! Adventure awaits!
But...
Adventure awaits!
You said I'd be lucky to live past my 13th year. I outlived them all. Azure, Gasgecko, Charisse. I had so many students, so much promise. Now they all lie in shallow graves. But I live, and I will live for decades more. I am truly blessed with longevity. Will I one day outlive my children too? Even my granddaughter? Should I have come to the Crescent in search of gold and glory at all? All that gold and glory brought me no security for my family, for me or my family. You're a sentimental old fool to be thinking these useless thoughts. I think that's everyone. I wanted to talk to the guard captain last because I'm assuming that's the trigger for the next cutscene. So I guess this is like instead of final battle quotes. I promised I'd bury all of Arinde's forces. In the past 2 days I've buried so many more than just Arinde's foes. And here I assumed you were too stoic to flinch at any form of death. I assumed the same before yesterday. Chief, I did not forget how we once protected the city and its people, even if their leaders were our foes. Was there really no better way than having them use those things? Yes. I needed to hear that. I never thought I'd wish to assist Yalanzar from the bottom of my heart. Oh wait, I didn't see if we can go inside the inn. I'm assuming we can't. Yeah, because there's no arrow there. But ever since I missed it in 3-X, or 3X, I'm paranoid that there's gonna be a screen I don't find, and I'll miss 17 side quests all over again. As long as I've lived, I've known Yalanzar to be this Crescent's shining beacon. It's difficult to reconcile that memory with reality. That city is no more.
I've seen many settlements come and go in this harsh land, but nothing close to one of Yalanzar's size.
Growing up in Arinde, my sentiments of the guild were undoubtedly tainted. But I never would have wished such destruction on this city.
There's no use in bemoaning this state of being. Something must be done.
It's no more than we could simply... There is more we could do than simply clearing out Lindros's remaining monsters. We can assist in relocating survivors to a place for a new home, such as the Bay.
That's not what I mean. The weeds must be burnt at its roots.
Tower, you can't possibly be suggesting.
And why can I not? Is it not our duty as adventurers to protect the people of the Crescent? Even if it's overambitious chieftains, Julian's words hold a measure of truth. We cannot treat the human conflicts of the Crescent as beneath our notice.
Tower, this is an extreme reaction.
You pass judgment on the sect for their misdeeds. Here, we see death and devastation easily 10 times the size.
We do not refer to the renegades overtaken by zeal and cowardice. This is Ellery, chieftain of Verinde, our ally.
Are your principles so frail that they would easily collapse against a personal connection?
I consider her a valued companion, despite a rocky relationship. She's aided us often.
That should not outweigh the need to do what's right.
Tower, are you sure you're not being blinded by your own bias? That Ellery seems to enjoy her alliance with those Lightwalkers. That she has no love for the sect given her experiences.
That's irrelevant to the core issue. Ellery cannot be trusted with the sovereignty over the Crescent. You yourself told me about how Ellery called upon the invaders.
We don't know for sure that it wasn't just a deception meant to divide us.
Why would the lady of the house need to fool some common adventurers? It fits far too well with her methods, which we've seen time and time again. Exploiting a common enemy to consolidate her own power. You should be well aware what lengths she's willing to go for her ambitions. You see the consequences of that before your very eyes.
Even so, this is the first time the Crescent has had any hope of unity in decades. You suggest that we ruin that shot at peace?
The peace brought about by the blood of Yelensar's citizens? What use is unity when in the grasp of a despot? Ellery has made no secret of her bitterness towards the mainland. There's no doubt in my mind that she desires further conflict, and when she does, it'll be the blood of the Crescent fueling it. I am not ignorant to the fact that this will have harsh consequences, but inaction is far more damning.
It might be peace through blood, but it would still be peace, even if the Crescent was broken and unified again. How can we know the next will be more hopeful?
Are you truly so cynical that you believe the Crescent will never have a liberator who's less twisted than Ellery? I'd rather have a self-satisfied dictator with the propensity to gamble the whole Crescent. I'd rather have a self-satisfied dictator without the propensity to gamble the whole Crescent in their endless hunger.
We've danced about this, but I'm sure you've not forgotten about Crynia. If we were to open conflict against Ellery, where would that put her? You know how much she looks up to Ellery, and her stake in all of this?
I do not wish to be driven to this, but this goes beyond the happiness of one person, even if it's my granddaughter. Crynia can recover. The future of the Crescent cannot.
Ooh! We have a choices really matter moment. Fuck Ellery, I'm killing her.
I understand it's a hard decision, and we'll be sacrificing much. But we don't know what kind of future this might bring about. But I have no doubt it is brighter than the alternative.
But we're just two adventurers, Tower. I don't know what you expect from us.
We're just two adventurers when we slew a false god.
I need time to ruminate on this. It's been a hard day.
We have time. I just hope you can come to the correct conclusion.
How many endgames does this have? Endgame X! Waterfall. This unassuming place, the Crescent. I have nightmares of this place. But it will not break me. I won't let my life be written off as a failure. It started with optimizing the shape of the automatons for labor, then make them sturdy enough to withstand any tough condition. Sturdy enough to withstand any tough condition. Then we thought it necessary to surpass Ulak's designs in power, just because we could. That's how we inadvertently turned tools of peace into weapons of war.
Those are perfectly valid considerations to have. It's no fault of your own they were taken advantage of in such a way.
I should have known these golems would be used in Ellery's hands. I should have known how easily Lindros falls under the spell of his dear friend. Instead, I marched blindly, because the road was there, to be marched on. Because I was an Archsage, and there was magic for me to apply my expertise.
It's not your responsibility to right the wrongs of others.
I want to believe that too. But this is not some pang that will simply fade. Crushed corpses and decimated dwellings as far as the eye can see. Not even the green tide could cause the damage I saw firsthand. I cannot possibly forget it, knowing I had a hand in facilitating it.
I know this can't be an easy weight to bear, but there are surely better ways to go about fixing this. The words of that snake Maurice can't be trusted.
I do not trust Maurice. I trust his motivations, that he wants Ellery dead more than anyone else.
Would Ellery's death really solve everything? Why the focus on her and not Lindros?
Because I'm well aware of her corrupt nature. But more importantly, because I want to believe in Lindros. To believe in the bright young man with such hopes for the future. Couldn't possibly have chosen this on his own. Perhaps I'm deluding myself, but it's a willing delusion.
You're really committed to this. I don't want to see you put yourself in danger, Nerissa.
I must correct my mistakes, or else I shall never sleep again.
If your mind is made up, all I can do is follow.
Orin, this is about me, not you. I wouldn't want you to get caught between your hometown and me.
I did promise to prioritize you over all else.
I know how much you love Verinde, and how much it hurt you if Verinde turned against you.
But you also must know there is no world in which I'd let you charge into danger alone.
I know what you've chosen to do will hurt you, and for that I am deeply sorry.
Nonsense. You've always shouldered my burdens. I wish to also shoulder yours, no matter what it might cost.
You know I hate gambling. What made you think I would agree to this? What is a mere gamble now, compared to the inevitability of assimilation into Ellery's kingdom? Vague conjecture is insufficient to drive me to action, Maurice. There are many with grudges against Ellery willing to join my cause. Some names among them might be familiar. Tower, Orin, Nerisse. You got Orin into this too? Even Tower? Many of these participants are still nominally Ellery's allies. It would not be difficult to bypass Ellery's meager security, especially as scattered as it is, now with clearing the monsters. I hate to admit it, but you caught me hook, line, and sinker. There may not be another chance to drop Ellery off her self-made throne. Is that agreement? I'll have to discuss it with Orin first, and then I'll give my answer. Brave heroes of the Crescent, it pleases me that you all gather here.
This isn't about you and your petty schemes. This is about the future of the Crescent.
I understand that.
I've long heard of your fame, Master Roswick. And we meet for the first time.
Likewise, Tower. Though I wish it was to share drinks and stories, not discuss this new shadow that has fallen over the Crescent.
I'll cut to the heart of the matter. Ellery cannot be allowed to rule. Time and time again, she profits off the conflicts she starts, even this war. But I remind you, she shall not be satisfied with just the Crescent. Her ambition shall here drag the Crescent into war with the mainland. For what she will do, what she has already done, she must be stopped.
Aye. Even in our brief meeting, I saw a fire in her eyes, separating her from the rabble. But little did I know that fire would only months later burn Yalanzar to the ground. She played our war with the guild to the detriment of all others. If our alliance had beaten the guild those months ago, this wouldn't...
Orin, Nerissa, you're both nominally in Ellery's employ. It would be your duty to sneak in our allies past Dorinda's guards.
Blades in the dark are not my strong suit. I'll see what I can do.
I do not like abusing the goodwill of my countrymen, but if I must... Many warriors were felled on a joyous occasion, while they were least cautious. I suspect Ellery is most vulnerable following her grandest victory yet. Once I've found the suit...
Hold on. This is my operation.
You seem to be under the mistaken assumption that your words hold weight.
You'd rather listen to Tower, the man who brought Ellery to the Crescent. I trust him over some foreigner with no investment in the Crescent.
We've all become deeply rooted within this land and call it home. You, however, only stir up conflict to benefit your foreign masters. Even Ellery cares more for this land and its people than you do.
Well spoken, Tower. We've not forgotten what havoc Maurice wreaked upon Arinde.
If not for our temporary alliance, I'd push this log through your skull.
Looks like you lost control of the situation. People have spoken.
This is ridiculous.
I brought all you together, and now you... Shut up, and let a real man of land do the talking.
I will address one of his concerns. I am personally indebted to Ellery for her efforts in saving my granddaughter. But this is not about me. This is for the Crescent. She cannot be allowed to rule.
I like that. For the Crescent, eh?
We're not turning that into a rallying cry. This is an execution, nothing more.
Any humiliation is acceptable as long as I see Ellery dead.
Oriana, you didn't say a word.
It's difficult to create much enthusiasm for treachery.
But you understand this is necessary.
I do. I wish Ellery was some malevolent stranger, and not the woman who wished me well before fighting the tide.
I do not enjoy the prospect. But that's no shield for her misdeeds.
I shall play my part when the time comes. No need to convince me. Although, I didn't expect you to take charge like that, Tower.
Maurice is known for letting others die for him while he sits in safety. I have no desire to lead, but I won't suffer poor leadership.
But you were content to let Ellery take the lead for captaincy.
For all her faults, Ellery always led from the front. I trusted her with the captaincy, but not with the Crescent.
Our target is within reach. With such a measly escort, this demagogue, this...
Silence! Everyone move!
I thought we were the only squad coming this way. Huh. That's Tower. Wait, is that Maurice?
Oh, Alice.
Maurice! The dog who fled with his tail between his legs at Arinde's bite? Oh, why does he dare show his face here? That's a good question. They don't march towards us with friendly intent. I feared. I can't believe this is happening. Well, I can, and I did even consider it. But not so soon. Not so close to our victory. How can they be so quick to turn on me? If they've really turned traitor, come 1 or 100, I will cut down everyone that approaches you. Chief, you have nothing to fear. Did we not have guards watching the perimeter? How could such a force have slipped through? Yeah, I thought they were all part of Oriana's crew or other friendly adventurers. They came through with our allies. I had no reason to suspect anything. I have no one to blame but myself for this carelessness. I pray you'll be enough, guard captain.
Why's got everyone so worried?
We're going to die. Chief, you've doomed us.
Are we? Isn't that our allies? I see Chief Orin.
You two better give every damn thing you've got. If they're here to kill me, they won't want witnesses. Bring peace. Oh shit, I don't even get to choose. It's literally the forced people. Okay. Damn, I can't get, I was hoping I could get that last, like, 10 experience, that 17 experience on Talon. Well, at least we trained Maurice a little bit. Meanwhile, Unari moment. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-da. Let's commit the most bloodshed possible and destroy the universe. You have the Plucker endgame, Betrayer endgame, Oriana endgame 2, Ellery endgame 2, and then endgame X2. Wait, what's Plucker endgame? Oh, is Plucker endgame the Orin escort mission? There's also, it's not an endgame. Wait, Meat Man?
and Fate Friar. There's also, in addition, oh, so they're not, I thought maybe the green units would be enemies. Wisp is here too. There's also, so it's not like an end game, but Bad Ending has a thing. At the end of Chapter 7X, you get, like, the explicit bad ending where everyone dies. Well, Bob Roswick, trial by fire. Are you a Goto or not? Are you an Athos level Goto or are you late recruit Kath? Time to find out. Roswick Goto. That's what we're testing! Old people abuse. He's afraid of the Roswick Goto. He's terrified of the Roswick Goto. Potato is so scared right now. He doesn't want to mess with Roswick. The Goto archetype pulls were foreshadowing all along. I mean, it's gonna be used in the video, right? I'm about, what, 2.5 hours in? Just to the audio, though. I haven't done any visual editing. But I'm doing the Goto video, right? Hopefully it's not gonna be, like, as long as the Navarre one. Because the Navarre video being 5.5 hours is, like, a meme, right? Like, Master Roswick, it's me, the 11th seed! Yes, the one who never said anything. I used to be too intimidated to ask questions. I just wanted to thank you for being such a good teacher. I can't say it doesn't delight me to hear that, but, you seem to be on the wrong side of this conflict. Well, wrong seems a little uncharitable. I didn't teach you to use your lens to aid evil. Yeah, this doesn't go anywhere. Sorry, Master, here I come. Oh, she doesn't kill Roswick. He is a Goto, unless she doubles. If she doubled. Not a Goto. I thought I'd be one of the few adventurers to retire, dying peacefully in bed surrounded by friends. Funny how things work out. Not a Goto. Roswick more like Bosswick, more like Loserwick. He who chops a potato are technically Gotos on the Ellery side. Is the guard a girl? Yeah, she's a girl. I think so. I might be wrong. I definitely misgendered her initially, but I think she is a girl. Loswick. God. I'm so fucking bad at this. Loswick's so much better. I mean, Maurice, here's your chance for victory, right? I have to commend you. I thought your threat had been long neutralized, but here you are, having turned my allies against me. You planted the seeds of your own downfall, Ellery. Why are you so truly desperate to see me dead, I wonder? Is it really out of loyalty to pursue me all this way? Is it truly your wife's death, when you yourself let her die to further your own career? I have 1,001 reasons to see you dead. Why bother with specifics? Because I wager the specific reason is much more pathetic. You couldn't bear being beaten by me at every turn, and that even my downfall was not your doing. Your crippling inferiority drove you here, to score just one victory. You can holler all you'd like, but at last I have you cornered. Only the final victory is the one that matters. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. You may find a nasty surprise in one of those eggs. Yo, Vermilion reference? Chickens? No! Maurice denied his vengeance by 1RN mode! If Guard is a Goto, Roswick is a Goto, then that just means the Guard is a better Goto. Alright, Meat Man! No, Meat Man! You were my favorite character! Alright, time for the orange special. Why turn against Arinde, Chief? After you worked so hard to protect it from the guild. You truly are the perfect soldier. I pity you. What? Glory to Arinde! I die in Arinde's name! Meat Man. I bought so many Eagle Rose from him. He sold so many. He sells so many. See, here's the thing, is like, I feel like... So Tower or Oriana feels like they would be the most appropriate to kill Ellery. We could curve sword. Okay, this... Oh, Ellery has 50 crit, though. Because I wanted to try and get as many boss quotes as possible. But I think we just kill with Nerissa. You were supposed to be a well-learned and scholarly woman. Arinde must have rubbed off on you to immediately settle your grudge with violence.
That is the only language you speak. Even I am not fluent. Even if I am not fluent, I shall endeavor to learn. You turn the tools of creation into destruction, stain my hands with blood. I'd respect you more if your anger was about the victims, but it seems you only care about your own conscience. I don't believe you'd know anything about a conscience. I weighed up the lives of my own people against the enemy. I'm not guilt-free, but I did what I thought best. Such a decision should be condemned in any circumstance. I wonder if you'd think that, if you had to bury Arinde's volunteers beneath the walls. I wonder if you'd care if it had been your precious work. Enough of this. You can sling your accusations in the beyond.
Save state is an option. It is, but it's also midnight in my time zone, and we have to do the other end game, so I'm trying to get to bed at a reasonable hour, you know? I got therapy tomorrow, so I can't sleep in. I have to, like, actually wake up to go to the appointment, right?
I've taken so many gambles, and this is my undoing? Blades in the back as I admire the beauty of the crescent.
Ellery finally has cerulean crescent. You've ceruleaned your last crescent. And splash damage.
Damn, he who chops doesn't even get a death quote. Here's to the 5th month. Lolface, thank you so much for the 5 months of membership subscriptions. Let's grab the Brave. Appreciate you. You got that trainee emoji. I know you love it. Unari failing to kill Potato makes me unreasonably sad.
In fairness, I didn't train her, like, at all whatsoever. I think I used her, like, in her join map and then in the first Oriana map before I got Jade Empress. No, I didn't even use her in the Oriana map, did I? Yeah, I used her literally just in her join map. Because the Oriana map, I had Raylan
Before we got Empress, and then we benched her. I'm really going to die here after everything I've survived. How unbelievable. I assumed I would eventually die in a grand battle, not to knives in some remote corner. It's as righteous retribution for every life you've ruined on your grabs for power. Ariana, Tower, I've always respected you. Given all that we've been through together, you may entertain one last request from this dying woman, from an old friend.
I will hear it.
Kill Maurice. Your poison tongue can no longer do you any good, Ellery. This feud is finally at an end. Yeah, I figured.
You're not a man of honor? I made no promise that needed to be honored.
Thank you. I don't think I could rest if that mongrel outlived me. Oriana, you saved me. You brought me to the Crescent. It'd be poetic if you'd finished the deed yourself.
I won't forget what you've done for Crynia. For us. May Ellis forgive my betrayal. You were only being true to yourself. At least make it as quick as possible. Dune! She's been watching the entire time. Doing nothing, no doubt. The whole Crescent will know. And here I hope we might have no witnesses.
There was no chance an assassination of this scale could possibly have gone undetected.
Regardless, the figure who cast such a shadow over the Crescent has truly fallen. Captain Oriana, Tower, you're heroes to the Crescent. Frosthaven will welcome you. I'll decline your offer. I have little interest in contributing to your petty ambitions.
We're leaving the Crescent immediately. I wonder if you'll survive the turmoil.
Should we not at least go to Crynia before we leave?
What do you say to her? We just slew your idol and sabotaged your future?
Surely we can't simply disappear from her life.
Our own hides are about to be tanned by full force of Ellery's allies.
We'd only be dragging her into more danger. Orin, Arcsage, surely you plan to wrestle Arinde away from Dune. If she desires that position so much, she can have it. Are you willing to let all your hard work be claimed by vultures? It was always our decision to leave. There's little more to gain from a town which has decidedly chosen another. We owe Arinde nothing more. No word of warning from a friend. It is not too late to leave a sinking ship, even if you built it yourself. I can only wish you two safety in travels. I can't possibly abandon all I've worked for. What should become of Frosthaven? Shall Ellery's allies devour each other with her death, or have I sped up our demise? I've made my bed now. Now I must lie in it.
You were supposed to come to dinner, Ellery. I made such good stew. I had so much to tell you. Things be different if I had told her about Maurice. Was my neglect that caused this?
Stay back, Lynn! This looks bad! Ellery's yet to be buried and they've already stirring up a mess. Is this true? It can't be!
I don't want to believe it. They've already fled from the Crescent.
Killed Ellery for what I did? Would they do such a thing? Mother and Ellery were always on good terms, right? I know grandfather was disgruntled, but... What a seamless tragedy. Our heroic chieftain struck down by turncoats and conspirators, while protecting the Crescent from harm. Those villains include our very own Orin and Nerissa, who were undoubtedly taken by envy. There was also Inari from Frosthaven,
we all know to be a foe from the last war. But even more tragically, the chieftain was betrayed by two of her own companions. The famed Tower in Oriana, whose daughter is perfectly placed to exploit Ellery's trust.
Are you suggesting I had a hand in this? Ellery's always treated me so well. Why would I have reason to see her dead?
The guilty are quick to claim lack of motive. But this is as clear as day. Everyone knows you were the chief's chosen successor.
While Crynia was Ellery's favorite, she was not in a position to seize power without her. You, on the other hand, seem to be taking significant advantage of Ellery's passing. Would you trust the words of a man whose incompetence caused Yalwanzar's massacre? The aftermath of which is what put the chief in danger? This reeks of conspiracy. Don't you slander my man like that! You were at the tide. You know nothing of this. All I see is that you intended to use us as scapegoats for your own ambition.
Preach all you want, but leave Crynia out of this. She's nothing but a victim.
Thank you for having my back, everyone. Do not listen to their words. They are foreign to Arinde. They are not our people.
How can you say that, after what we've done for Arinde?
My mother was born here, you helmeted freak. Arinde will not let this injustice stand. Arinde, will we let this injustice stand? Can we let these turncoats go unpunished?
Is it me you want, Dune? Then you can have me, in all my glory. You love your traditions, don't you? Arinde old blood. How about the oldest tradition of all? We settle this in blood.
People of Arinde, we must stand together against this monster! Glory to Arinde!
I'm not seeing enthusiasm for that call to action. Let's see how old your blood really is. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge my legitimacy? Anyone? Please speak up. The chief always told me to be open to the words of my people. Well, then I can only assume the matter is settled.
Mother, grandfather, why? Why did you have to do this? Why did you kill her? Why did you put me in this position?
It's only hitting me now that I can never return home. That place which raised me, which made me who I am.
I was not born of Arinde, and yet I feel a similar ache. So many years of effort. I wanted to turn that town into something great. I forced you into this decision.
I don't regret anything, Nerissa, because we are together.
Even now that we've cut off our roots and are adrift with no destination in mind?
The world is a vast place. We're lucky enough to be two people with skills that let us prosper where we please.
I'm an Arcsage after all, and you'll make a good woodcutter.
Of course! Maybe even a cart puller on a good day.
I have no particular direction in mind. Only a limiting factor being a place that we can reach before our food runs out.
How about, I don't know, the Wasteland City-States? I hear they have the finest baked chicken in the world.
Such a terrible reason. Let's go there. Hey, why is she blue? The ancient god blood turns her into a zombie dragon. Really? Poisoning the water? Who put you up to this task?
Nothing to say to you, Drain Fiend. Long live the Coastal Coalition. I suppose that answers that. You can join all of your friends in the ash box.
She promoted off screen because I didn't train her. I need to remember to do this outside. Now there's mess all over the floor.
It's pure luck that I was passing by the kitchen when you decided to act.
The Coastal Coalition already died with a whimper years ago. Dragging around the name of a corpse, how fitting. These rebels are already 1 foot in the grave.
I can only hope the days of sleeping with one eye open will end eventually.
Mince, why are you still here?
What do you mean by that?
I know you have a distaste for how I've kept control of the Crescent. Now that your heart is no longer in it, I remember how much you loved what you do, but there's no spark here.
What kind of person would I be to back down at the first sign of hardship? Someone has to keep this place safe.
But not you. I'm not Ellery, Mince. And even if I was, you owe her nothing.
It's not that.
And is it because I'm Oriana's daughter, or Ellery's protege, that you feel the need to aid an old friend's charge?
No.
And what about it?
What makes you continue to fill this role which you so dislike? Mince, I'm dismissing you from your position.
What? Oh?
You deserve better than the cesspool that is the Civil War. Please go, live a better life.
I will, Crynia. I'll pray for your continued good health.
Pray? When did he become a follower? Ugh, again, another headache. Ellery only ever taught me how to conquer, but not how to rule. Can I ever truly rule the Crescent? I can't doubt myself. I will succeed. I've always daydreamed about a humble home far from civilization, away from the struggles of society and simply living off the land. I can't believe we're already doing it. Neither of us know a tidbit about farming. Figuratively living off the land, we can just buy food. Alone to pursue whatever we desire, backed by vast amounts of wealth we built up. What if we are to run out of gold? Then we'll starve together. Either that, or we could just go back to our usual trade. I feel like exceptions and reality have gotten a little murky here. Call it adapting to circumstances. I do feel a little guilty leaving Crynia and Irinde behind, but it's for the best. I wonder where Oriana and Tower are, whether they'll come back. Do they even still live? We haven't heard anything about them for years. Between the two of them, there's nothing in the world that can take them down. They'll return to see Crynia one day. Part of me thinks I should hate them for killing my friend, for cutting short my ambitions, but I can't bring myself to. They must have believed they were doing the right thing. I can't possibly fault them for that, even if it meant... I know Yalanzar's destruction was the catalyst, but I've always wondered, why Ellery? Why not me? I created the golems, I gave the command. Tower, Oriana, the Arcsage, they all know that. Because they know you wouldn't have done such a thing yourself. It is wrong to attribute all to Ellery when I made the decision. Do they really believe I'm a better person than I really am? Or that Ellery's hold is so absolute that my choice was illusory? I don't know what they believe, but I fully believe you'll never have decided that, if not for Ellery. All you talked about regarding your ideals, they weren't for nothing. I don't know, Pom. But if I had said no, Ellery would not have forced the matter. I don't know what to think about Ellery. The cynical part says she only used us. But I would rather believe our friendship was something more genuine than that. I want to believe in the latter, as I can only remember the good she had done for me. If only I had just refused. Could we still have won the war regardless? Without Yalanzar's destruction? Would Ellery still be chief and Oriana and... Being fixated on the possibilities that never were will only bring you pain. Despite everything, you've got a good life to look forward to in the present. I don't know if that's something I deserve to have. No one can tell you what to do and what you do and don't deserve, Lynn. Let's just live. Commander, Irende's forces have been sighted. A day's march from our east border. Another move from Crynia, and so soon? Too soon, to her own detriment. Anon is about to rebel, and the Iron Realms still desire independence. That's great, but an angry Dagon toasts Frosthaven now. These rumored allies are not going to mean very much. Rather sharp words, but true. Where's your chest, buddy? I've not seen him around. Killed by a Lambo cannon in that last skirmish, Commander. Another good man lost to those awful things. His days were numbered after his knee injury. Went down how he wanted. I just thank Ellis that they no longer have anyone that can fix the Seahawks scare ship. We wouldn't have been able to have this chat if that was still in the picture. Enough dawdling from me. Prepare the orders. We march once again. On it, Commander. I've protected Frosthaven from tyrants before. I'll do so again, no matter the cost. I'm 11% of the way to John. Ryan's gonna trigger John at like the worst possible time. Whatever John is. What's up? Hi, Annie Ren. How's it going? Rejoice, citizens! Here is the head of your oppressors. No more shall his cruel and unjust laws plague the land. Brave heroes, it's only through your efforts that the evil has been vanquished, and that people might choose me as protector of this realm.
It's hardly a choice when you're the only candidate.
It's about the spirit of things. What reward do you seek for your services to the realm? A simple grant of title and land seems insufficient acknowledgement. We have no need for that, as we're leaving the realm shortly. Truly?
We did state very clearly many times that we depart at the end of this conflict.
I assumed you were just being polite.
When we're the reason you got the crown, we have no need to be polite.
You two truly are like heroes in a fairy tale. Those who aid the weak, yet ask for no reward.
I'm sure there's still some things you can do for us, such as getting the supplies for the next stretch of our trip.
I shall see to it you're supplied as you can possibly be. Don't prepare too much. We only have the... She must be overjoyed that we won't be in her way.
Even though we said this over and over again.
I suppose she couldn't imagine that we'd really take part in a revolution for the sake of it.
I have no doubt she plans to turn our departure into some kind of festivity. I do enjoy the occasional celebration, but not when I'm at the center of it.
We could always slip away in the night. Though we do want those supplies first.
Are we continuing our journey down the East Coast?
Tower, I'm thinking it's time we return to the Crescent.
I'm not unopposed to this, but... you have not considered returning for quite some time.
I was afraid of going back. Not because of whatever enemies I might have made, but because I didn't want to directly face Krynia and explain why we abandoned her. If Krynia had been harmed because of what we did, I don't know if I could live with that.
Indeed, I shoulder the blame for not thinking through the consequences of our decision. But recently, Krynia, as I'm sure you've heard, has been thriving in recent years.
She's unified much of the Crescent, almost like another Ellery.
I didn't want to phrase it that way, but yeah, I suppose so. I do not doubt she might have taken inspiration from her mentor. What if that Krynia who rules is no longer the girl you remember?
And it is what it is. I've lost any right to insert myself into her life after all that.
I'm glad you hear this. I feared you might cut yourself on false expectations.
I'm not that naive. But there's another half to this. When the Crescent comes to mind, so does Ellery. So does the lack of anger in her eyes, and the resignation, and a good lot of disappointment.
But you do not regret doing that?
It took me those years up until now to convince myself of that tower. That's the only way I can work up the courage to return to the Crescent.
Then if you are decided, let's go. I relish the opportunity to see my granddaughter.
Ellis help anything that stands in the way of that, even if it is Arinde. I haven't played this hack. Does it have a buttload of cutscenes, or is this story heavy? This is definitely more story heavy, just because it's the end game, right? So it's wrapping everything up. But it is a very verbose hack. We had one screen. Oh, Roswick! We don't even get a Roswick end screen. Battle's 999 because he's old. She may have died young, but her incredible feats of slaying the Cold Caller in single combat and defeating an army of knights would form the basis for the folk hero Land the Lance. As one of his few trusted servants, Maurice's King Sorel missed his services. With loyalists being a rare commodity, it was not long before the great houses tore apart the kingdom. Sorbets argued much over how much of their time should be distributed, but finally settled 1 week in Arinde's library uncovering the secrets of their existence, and then the other week committing murders authorized by Krynia. Very fun unit, but I hate the joke of Sherbert. Vermilion's fate deterred Empress from seeking ascension. She turned her eyes towards more moral desires, bringing her empire into reality. She carved a little kingdom for her people, into the middle of the chaos enveloping the coast. Dazzledart would find there is little demand for a master assassin. She rebranded to a master mercenary, but it just wasn't the same. A few more years on the road was enough for her to return to the Crescent, searching for a home.
Gil was determined to escape the fate of his ancestors, who'd all died early deaths. After almost dying in a botched mugging, he shut himself away in a lavish home, built for himself. The house collapsed and killed him instantly. Est moment. Hellicent leveraged her time in Ellery's service to become an advisor to a minor noble house. Tales of her genius grew alongside tales of her disloyalty, as she frequently found better employment. A bitter client had her executed. Oh right, they had a paired ending. Kalugo's enthusiasm did much to raise even Zio's spirits. They had many odd adventures in their travels, all of which Zio carefully documented. The Travelings of Kalugo and Zio was an insightful manuscript into that era. She's a girl. She was a girl. She's a corpse now. Zubulai disappeared after the war. She reappeared years later, then disappeared, then reappeared, and so on for centuries, under a new identity each time. She has been a prophet, a hero, an inventor. In the wake of Ellery's death, Inari found a new demanding opponent, one with little restraint. Rallying the eastern coast to her side, Inari was the last bastion of preventing the dragon from consuming the entire crescent. With the crescent useless to her, Evande returned to the mainland. She learned to discard the mentality of a knight and stir up discontent from the shadows. It would not be long before she got the war she wanted. Lilac and Lilac paired ending. With Tower gone and unsure of what to do with himself, Lilac returned to the feuding sect. He stayed on the fringes as a nominal member, continuing to wonder if there was something else he could have done with his life. Sorbet wasn't intended to be a portrait of polarity, but it comes to mind. Yeah, it very much feels like the same thing as the day-night girl in Three Houses. Like, it's either haha bipolar disorder or haha dissociative identity disorder. And, like, either way, it's not funny. Hagandra is aggressive nature under no friends in Arinde. Ignoring the provoke guy! Yo, proof that I'm not AI. I ignored the provoke guy by accident. The loss of his latest pupil turned Joe against the idea of ascension. He joined a chapter of the Virtuous Veil to oppose free ascenders, although he always strived to educate them the danger of ascension. If they refused to listen, the false dragon comes out. John 16 decided to aimlessly tour the world with the goal of trying fresh cuisines. She was particularly fond of Sundown Bay's pastries. Coincidentally, disappearances seemed to pop up in whatever place she just visited. Foxberry was free to present her accounts of the events on the Crescent as fact. This infamous work was what Foxberry would be known for, despite her major contributions to mapping out so much of the Crescent. I gotta head out. Have a good night! We're gonna do the Ellery ending and then we'll end it. We'll call it after that. Satisfied with the small but prized collection, Igo began to teach classes on his studies of several decades. Many of his students became great mages, in an incredible feat, considering Igo never learned to cast magic. Foxberry fanfics became canon. Blank escaped north with blank, but before blank could blank, her blank was blank blank by the blank of the blank blank could not Ellery in the blank. Foxberry smuts canon in this timeline. It's the good ending. Tazel's business expanded its operations to all sorts of goods under his watchful eye. He refused to take a side in the Civil War, on the Crescent, for which he was reviled by both but he stood firm in his independence. Dune was turned to ash by Crimea in an instant. Her family, the Ironsmiths, were also the first to be purged. As an example— No! Talon! Not my goat, Talon! My goat, Talon, died? Off screen? Yo, I'm so glad that I didn't listen to Chad and train Crimea. That fucking bitch killed my goat Talon off screen. Driven to the only option he felt he had, Basil attempted to assassinate his sister. He was killed instantly, a fate he felt he deserved. I mean, I could have told you that! Her personal skill kills mages! What did you think was gonna happen, you idiot? Thyme kept control of Sundown Bay for some time, but when Crimea came east, the people of the bay banded together to welcome their new leader, who had been better than Thyme. She narrowly escaped a lynching and vanished. Oh, we don't get a John name? Question Mark placed a small sign in front of the bridge with the words Question Mark Land and demanded a small fee for anyone using the bridge. The authorities turned a blind eye to this. Why does John have 999 battles? I'm sure that's just a Sacred Stones is being pushed to its limits moment. Like I keep saying, any of these small bugs, like, it's very hard to be critical of a bug when you've got this much going on stacked on top of a Game Boy Advance game, right? Like, Sacred Stones is rebelling. So it's one of those, like, it's just so much complicated stuff. There's always gonna be something that goes wrong, right? Nameless got us her name lost to history. Oriana got her way! Like, she's not even remembered. I like that. That's a cute touch. Estelle searched for the years and years, looking for a reason to be chosen. She only returned to Anon as an old woman, and found Anon exactly as she left it, a rustic town on the Crescent. It was a satisfying life nonetheless. Whipjack gambled away all the funds he had built in Ellery's service. With a shrug, he returned to the roads, living life as he did before. The only difference is that his tall tales had a hint of truth to them. Fucking Ed, Ed, and Eddie face. Marlowe continued to live a breezy life in Arinde, funding his alcohol expenditure by selling off his tomes. His almost indecipherable scribbling gave rise to the magic school of Marlowism, embracing a lack of uniformity and structure. Whipjack just said, "Aw, dang it." Rohesia declined to teach any more students, and instead devoted herself to the arts. Her sword techniques, said to be unrivaled amongst swordmasters, would never be passed down, but a few of her paintings would survive. Crania spent the next decade reconquering every corner of the Crescent, embodying the spirit of Arinde. She was immensely frustrated by the rebels that kept seeming to pop up, but one day she thought she will kill them all. Kill every last one of them! 10,000 realms received a vision of the Red One who brings the end of all ends. Meanwhile, the discarded husk stayed with Crimea and Arinde, content to merely exist. Perhaps one day, he'll be something more. Yosef left humanity behind to join the chickens! They found them odd, but they got on well. Within a few decades, they would shatter the heavens and ascend to the next realm. They had finally found how to become the best. It makes sense! Vermilion got the best skill! It's canon to our playthrough! Chalice traveled through the mainland and hit sect politics with all the grace of a warhammer. she formed her own faction within the sect, bringing the fresh perspective of "I'll beat you over the head with a staff if you don't listen." The harm staff real. No, ashes to ashes. While defending his sister, Talon was among the many turned to dust by Crimea during that night of destruction. He is still remembered for his wanderings as a duelist. My goat. While Yvette missed the large-scale wars on the Crescent, she found entertainment in bounty hunting. She particularly enjoyed the month-long hunts, tracking down and slaying dissenters to Crinea's rule, the greatest prey. Yosef's ending, oh, it is, so it depends on who gets the best skill. That's cool. So there's I guess like 12 different ones for all the different guys. Riker joined Arinda's town guard, but a life defending the town from mundane dangers was far cry from his ideal adventure. One day, he abandoned his post, saddled with his horse, went north, and never looked back. Raylan spent all of her gold buying up as much land in Arinde as possible. When raiders came to Arinde once more, none fought more fiercely than Raylan, with the value of her property on the line. Few dared dodge her debts after that. Vermilion was the 13th emblem, the fire emblem. Many would challenge Crinea's claim to the Crescent, and many more would be slain by her most loyal enforcer. Gecko's heart was heavy each time she killed for Crinea, but she would say nothing. This was her role in the world. Yo, now I feel bad for training her. That's depressing. It took a few years for Mintz to bounce back, but bounce back he did. The town celebrated Mintz's return into the culinary business. His restaurant was a safe haven during Arinde's darkest hours, Mintz defending it with his life. We trained the ultimate murderer. We did, sadly. Tired of the bloodshed plaguing the Crescent, the pair retired to a secluded abode where they lived the rest of their days in peace. Their combined innovations, uncovered after their deaths, would throw the world into disarray. Tower was never one to admit defeat, even against the passage of time. As he and Oriana became more infamous, he ensured no situation was truly ever dangerous enough. Nothing can possibly topple the tower. Are all ROM hacks theoretically playable on GBA? I think so. People sometimes sell cartridges of them, but like that's super like illegal and risky, so you probably shouldn't buy them. Oriana's journey took her across the world, obeying no authority and dispelling her own justice whenever she saw fit. Tales of the swordswoman and the old warrior spread, and their names haunting many a local despot. While Ellery remained a controversial figure in the history of the Cerulean Crescent, her rapid rise and fall would become the subject of many plays. They were evenly split on her depiction as a tragic hero or a wicked villain. Damn, we only got 89 kills with her? I would have assumed, since like the kills are dependent on I would assume that since the kill, like her ability is the four-way dance using kills, that we would have gotten more, but I guess I'm just a fake gamer. Have a very good day. And then we get, oh, I thought we were gonna get credits. I'm not sure if you have time for it. I'm curious on your thoughts on the hack overall. So gameplay-wise, this is easily, oh yeah, we're gonna get a video eventually. I don't know if it'll be out this year, because I have a couple of big projects for December. The SparkNotes thoughts are gameplay-wise. This is easily the best Fire Emblem I've ever played, and it's not even close. It's not gonna be for everyone, obviously, because the mental burden for every single player phase is off the charts. I had the classic, like, turn 1, chapter 1, reset, like, 10 times. Turn 1, chapter 1, reset, like, 10 times. It was, like, an hour just to get through turn 1, right? Which I'm sure is not an uncommon experience, considering how many different things there are. And every time we got a new unit who had, like, a lot going on, then it's, like, again, even more of that mental overload. So I know it's, like, obviously not going to be for everyone, but best gameplay I've experienced, and it's not even close. I really did not like the story, though. And that's just, you know, my personal taste. But that's the SparkNotes version. Eventually I will make a video, like, more in-depth, more, like, not just offhand streaming thoughts. But I also want to do the Ellery endgame. It was Taste of Victory is where we... Oh no, I made a save state. Right, I made a save state. Because presumably this is different as well. So I want to knock this out before bedtime.
How can you not recognize the significance of this threat?
As adventurers, we merely do what we need to help people in need. It is not our duty to nudge the course of the Crescent the way we wish.
That's what you claim the reason is. But I suspect you only wish to avoid the hard decision when it is necessary.
Yes. I have no desire to turn on our friend. No desire to get in my daughter's way.
I thought you were better than this, Oriana. Where is the same desire for justice when you cut down the sect members?
I'm just a normal, pathetic person, even if I claim to be some kind of hero. My idea of justice is flawed and influenced by my own relationships, but whose isn't?
It goes against every instinct in my body to let this matter rest.
You've done so much for the Crescent and its people. You deserve to be resting on your laurels. You can't forcibly shape the world the way you want.
Are you saying I'm too old for this? I've rejected that idea for years.
Please drop this matter. It does us no good. We can aid the Crescent in many ways. Ways that don't involve hurting everyone around us. That don't involve destroying our lives.
Very well.
Maybe this will have a better ending for Talon.
This unassuming place, the Crescent. I will have nightmares of this place. But it will not break me. I won't let my life be written off as a failure.
So, we got this cutscene already where she's explaining things to Orin. I just want to make sure there's not a slight deviation or anything since we don't have Oriana. Not even the Greed Tide would do that much damage. I do not trust Maurice. I trust his motivations, that he wants Ellery dead more than anyone else. I'm well aware for corrupt nature. I want to believe in Lindros. Because I know at one point they talk about the allies, but I don't remember if it was in this one. This is about me, not you. I wouldn't want to get caught between your hometown and me. I hate gambling. I think this is the same as well. Tower. Even Tower. Yeah, so even Tower. I thought that might be different. This will be different because Oriana's not here. Brave heroes of the Crescent, it pleases me that you gathered here.
This isn't about you and your petty schemes. It's about the future of the Crescent.
I understand that I am...
I've learned of your fame, Master Roswick, and yet we meet here for the first time.
Likewise, Tower. Although I wish it was to share drinks and stories, not discuss this new shadow that has fallen over the Crescent.
I'll cut to the heart of the matter. Ellery cannot be allowed to rule. Time and time again she profits off the conflict she starts, even this war. But I remind you, she shall not be satisfied with just the Crescent. Her ambitions will drag to the Crescent of war with the mainland. For what she will do, and what she has already done, she must be stopped.
Aye, even in our brief meeting I saw fire in her eyes, separating her from the rabble. But little did I know this fire would only months later burn Yelensar to the ground. She played with our war to the guild to the detriment of all others. If our alliance had beaten the guild those months ago, this wouldn't...
Orin, Nerissa, you're both nominally in Ellery's employ, but your duty to sneak in the ground
and sneaking our allies past Arende's guards. Blades in the dark are not my strong suit. Many warriors are felled on a joyous occasion. Yeah, we got this already. This is my operation. You're under the mistaken... So we trust Tower over Maurice. Temporary alliance. I give you the orange special. Shut up and let the railman do the talking. I'll address one of his concerns. I'm personally indebted to Ellery for the Crescent. And now, this is where the deviation will come in. Another one chopped! Good work. Lindros really went all out on those big ones. Why do we have to come all the way out here? Can't we just order some grunts to do this? You've become a little more comfortable in your role as one of Arende's commanders. It's good for morale if the leaders are seen toiling as much as anyone else. Well, it's not great for my morale. We do deserve a small break. I hear these waterfalls were one of Yalnzar's best tourist locations. Hey, it's just water, ain't it? Why come to see more water? We have a whole coastline. Your life must be so devoid of joy compared to everyone else. Oh shit, we just have Wisp, Guard, and Ellery? We're probably gonna get Chops and, Foodman, right? Or Potato. Does Guard have... He has the Jute. Let's grab... We need Chalice to give up Freeze. Where's Chalice? Whoops. My armory's full. Okay, there we go. Oh, and now they're red. Our target is within reach. With such a measly escort, this demagogue, this... Silence, everyone move. I thought we were the only squad coming this way. That's Tower. Wait, is that Maurice? Oh, Ellis. Maurice? The dog who fled with his tail between his legs at Arende's might? Why does he dare show his face here? It's a good question. I don't march towards us with friendly intent. And I feared. I can't believe this is happening. Well, I can, and I even did consider it. But not so soon, not so close to our victory. How can they be so quick to turn on me? If they've really turned traitor, come 1 or 100, I will cut down everyone that approaches you. Chief, you have nothing to fear. Did we not have guards watching the perimeter? How could such a force have slipped through? I thought they were all part of Oriana's crew or other friendly adventurers. They came with their allies. There's no reason to suspect anything. I have no one to blame but myself for this carelessness. I pray you'll be enough, guard captain. What's got everyone so worried? We're going to die. Chief, you've doomed us. Are we? Isn't that our allies? I see Chief Orin. You two better give every damn thing you got. If they're here to kill me, they won't want witnesses. So, Goto Potato and Goto He Who Chops. $20 to you. I'm gonna get I'm predicting right now. I am at some point going to get confused and think that He Who Chops is librarian and line him up. Potato. I'm gonna line him up for a chain break skill. And I won't get it. Okay, Potato, Levin Sword. Poor guard, she always gets misgendered as a guy.
She's epic, though. We'll butte you. How long have you been here, Rivain? I think Rivain's been here most of the stream. We'll ride here. And then Fanian. Story took more effort than every other aspect of the hack, but ultimately it's not for everyone. Understandable. Alright, Roswick killed Soldier last time. Let's let her get revenge. Oh, wait! No, that's not. She's gonna be left with, like, 6, right? Yeah. I just sort of assumed Soldier was good enough. Soldier is not good enough. Damn. Alright, well, chop time. The fuck did I instinctively go for Iron Axe? I thought I'd be one of the few retentious to retire, dying peacefully in bed surrounded by friends. Funny how things work out. Do devs usually hop in? I can't say for certain. I think it, you know, it depends on the person and, like, the stream and whatnot. I jumped in at about the end of Ruination. We started, because last stream we ended with Oriana Endgame. So we've been on, like, Endgame the whole time. Or an Endgame the whole time. The objective is the same. Yeah, it is really cool, like, the mirroring of, like, literally we're playing as the opposite side. I think that's really cool. This is the first stream I've ever joined for CC. Oh, well, thank you for joining. I know oftentimes, especially for games that are not brackets complete bracket, devs will sometimes watch, like, just so that they can get the, not exactly feedback, but, like, the raw player experience type deal. Ike versus Micaiah moment. Yeah, except for that, like, you're actually playing the same event. Oh no, Chops! And the splash damage to Soldier! Damn it, Chops died! Damn, this is much harder from Ellery's perspective. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Ellery only has 4 people. Fates Chapter 6. Yo, it is a Fates Chapter 6 moment. No, 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 no. Dodge, 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 dodge. Whisk, whisk, whisk. Dodge, dodge, dodge. No! Fuck! Oh, we might have to reset here. I was too aggressive. Oh no, and the Axe Reaver! Soldier doesn't care. Soldier doesn't care. Soldier doesn't care. Curse you, Ellery. If you'd ever come to the Crescent. If... And then Miracle. Oh, or 0 hit because of the Axe Reaver! Soldier coming in clutch! Well done, Ellery. Alright, I think we go on the defensive now. Potato, thank you for your service. Alright, and now they come to us. Okay, we Trident. Ellery did one too many war crimes. Soldier's Nephany if she locked the fuck in. Why can't they all just get along? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Perfect. This time I gave it my all. No slipping away. Is Ellery the Micaiah archetype? Because of war crimes? She foreign, I do admit. Usurping your position weighed heavily on me, after you gave us nothing but help. I was bitter, but time wore away that grudge. No matter your methods, you did push Arinde to its greatest height. Truly. I did wish to make it up to you, but given you're trying to kill me, I'd say we call it even. You are aware my death could collapse Arinde. That's no longer my concern. I've given enough for Arinde. Now I only fight for another. Nerissa is lucky to have you. I'm a little less pleased about the outcome, though. The dodge? Ellery is like the Edelgard or something. Alright, potato contribution! The 7x alt ending. Yo, that would have been the 7x alt ending though! Was I ever worthy of reading Arinde? I can't say for certain, Orin. Sorry, I never fielded you. You were supposed to be a well-learned, scholarly woman. Arinde must have rubbed off on you to immediately settle your grudges. Oh right, we got this quote already. Choosing Ellery. I chose the other ending, but we're playing through both, right? I chose kill Ellery though, because Ellery deserves death. Devoured by the beast I willingly fed. I deserve this, but Orin shouldn't have let you come. Potato is a Donal archetype, strong endgame villager. I'm sorry.
What do you have to be sorry for? I was the aggressor.
For my wrongdoings, leading us here, for not being the person you wanted me to be.
You do have a lot to be sorry for. Don't you make that face. You knew this day would come.
No, I did not. I wanted to explain myself to you and Oriana first. You didn't give me the chance.
There's nothing to explain.
I had to end the siege. We were bleeding troops against their walls. It was either...
And your invitation to House Heron? Did you have to do that too? I'm not spending my last moments listening to your whine. Don't tell Krynia how I died. She does not need to know what'll hurt her.
It would have been in my best interest anyway.
Then I can rest.
Archsage, Chief Orin! This is not the end you deserve. I know they worked tirelessly, furthering Arinde's interests all those years. Despite our differences, I recognize they were truly noble souls. Allow me to bury them with honor. They should not get a traitor's burial. Of course, they do not. What transpired here was the plot of Maurice and Unari. It is that tragedy that the good chief and Archsage were unexpectedly caught in it. Is that how you want the story told? There will be no talk of treachery. They would never betray Arinde. Then it'll be done. One more thing. Chop Maurice's body into 1,000 pieces and feed it to the dogs. Or Orin. If you succeeded,
Be 2 obstacles gone. But I'm not so lucky.
Grandfather was invincible. How could he die to some common rabble?
No one's invincible, Crynia. Always treasure the family you have now, because you never know when the worst might happen on the Crescent.
I thought when I'd become rich and powerful I could really thank him. Maybe build him a mansion or something? Now I'll never have that chance.
You know Tower wouldn't care for that. The best you can do now is live happily. That would bring him joy like nothing else.
It's not enough. Nothing can be enough to repay him.
I'm sorry. The Crescent lost a great man and a great-grandfather. Are you sorry in a general sense, or something more than that? There's no point in lying to you. He was discontent, not just with you, but with how his life had turned out. I should have known he'd do something drastic. I should have known to stop him. Once Tower makes up his mind, there's no way to stop him, not even you. I could hold no grudge against him for that, though I pray you'll forgive me. I can't truly forgive you, Ellery. At its roots, this was all your doing. House Heron would have invaded eventually. By encouraging them to come unprepared, I truly believe I've ensured a better outcome for the whole Crescent. When was it ever up to you to gamble with the lives of everyone in this land? Just because you claim you know best? You and Rosetta, you're not so unalike. Was this all truly good for the Crescent? Or did you convince yourself it was? What does it matter if the outcome's the same? I want you to ask yourself if you can keep that excuse for all your decisions. Oriana, do you regret protecting that defenseless young woman from those thugs? Near those rotting docks all those years ago? What kind of question is that, Ellery? I just wanted to ask. I would never regret saving a stranger. Is that what you want to hear? That's all. Goodbye, Oriana. May you live happily.
I overheard Mother saying that you were super deadly adventurer. You're holding out on us! You never told us about this!
It wasn't important. All that was a very long time ago.
It was only a few years ago!
Did you exist a few years ago?
Well, no.
Then it's a long time ago.
It's not important. You must have killed a lot of people, right? Fought a really dangerous monsters?
It wasn't exciting at all. Nothing you kids would be interested in.
Really?
Yeah, really. I just did some cooking and washed the pots, nothing else.
That's lame. I heard adventurers are super violent, deadly killers.
What people say about adventures is very exaggerated. Now how about an apple pie?
So he had kids in this timeline, or is it just those of the village kids?
Fills me with pride that you've really made something of yourself. But to go across the ocean? I still think of you as my little girl. I'm not ready to see you go.
Ready or not, you can't keep coming to our rescue every time something happens.
I don't doubt I could, as silly as that is.
I don't need it anymore. Anybody who gets in my way, I can turn to ash with ease.
I wish you'd rely on the blessing less often, Crynia.
You worry too much. Speaking of which, Mother, please stop spending all of your time fruitlessly researching the blessing.
I thought it was pretty secretive about it. It's quite easy to figure out, considering what tomes you've been leaving about.
I thought we resolved the issue years ago. Why are you still obsessed with it?
If there's any returning trace of madness, then
my time would have arrived. I've already lived far more interesting life than that sickly young girl could imagine. So what if my life is a little shorter?
There's some other thread out there. I don't want to have missed it.
You and Grandfather already went through everything under the sun. You spent far too much of your life living for me. Please live for yourself. I know adventuring is essentially extinct, but there's so much more out there.
I was not expecting to be on the receiving end of a lecture from my daughter.
I'm sure if Grandfather was here with us, he'd tell you the same. I shouldn't delay your departure any longer. Keep well, Mother. Maybe take up soap making or something.
My soap making? The Crescent has truly been a blessing for so few years. And I have it all. Land, power, wealth, an army at my beck and call.
Princess, you might be disgusted by my methods, but that is who I am.
You believe that I only fought for your ambitions, but it was always my own desire.
Chief, I'm ready!
Say your goodbyes to your mother?
For like the 17th time, yes.
I was willing to leave you in charge of the Crescent as its primary governor. You do not need to embark on this undoubtedly harsh and messy expedition.
The Crescent isn't enough for me anymore. I know the mainland is where history shall be rewritten. It's where I want to be.
You're a woman after my own heart.
You're destined for great things. Is there nothing I can say to convince you to come with me? You know, I have little desire to aid in Ellery's plans or go to the mainland. The Crescent is my home. I wish I could say the same, Palm. Only through practical application and refinement can I improve my art. And for that, Ellery's expedition to the mainland is where I must go. You seek out war, Lindros. This is the price of progress. That's a Magic the Gathering card. Sorry, it's the fucking autism brain rot. I spent too long playing Magic. The phrase price of progress is always going to be an enchantment that damages you when you tap non-basic lands for mana. Then I must send you off. But Lindros, if there's one thing to remember, don't let anyone second your decision. You're smart. The smartest man I know. Oh wait, no, it's not tap. It's damage you equal to the amount of... It's an instant, and it damage you equal to the number of non-basic lands you have. Alright, Palm. What is it about? Do I look like someone easily swayed? You kind of do, Lynn. Only by you. You flatterer. I shall be here waiting for your return. Don't forget to send letters. There'll be some very detailed letters. So much that you'll be sick of receiving them. Quartermaster, it's been a while. I haven't met a quartermaster in years, but it's good to see you too, Palm. I knew you'd be here to see off Crynia. That makes two of us, losing a loved one to that darned Ellery. It's not my place to curtail Crynia's ambitions, even if I don't fully approve. I imagine you feel the same way for Lindros? Yeah, I love him, but... the old Lyn would have balked at what he does now. But I can only love him for who he is. If he truly desired it. There's nothing truly stopping us from joining them. But we don't. I imagine our hesitancy arises for quite similar reasons. We know what this expedition represents. But enough of that. This is supposedly to be a happy day. We will see them again.
Hey, I almost missed you two. Good to see you still in top shape, Palm. And Quartermaster, I feel like I haven't seen you in months. Even though you live only about a few hundred meters away.
See, I'm not the only one trapped in the past. I've been cooped up indoors a lot recently.
Ellery was asking about your health, you know. You still refuse to see her?
I should be flattered that I'm still on her mind, but some wounds just don't heal.
It's not my place to pry. Want to go get a bite at my restaurant? We're half off to celebrate the departure.
I'm all for it. Nothing tastes better than a discount. Quartermaster, surely you'll join us as well. We've missed you. It's rather ridiculous, but I want to see their boat safely depart. As if that has good tidings for the whole journey.
You're not coming?
I will join you two in a short while.
That's more like it. Give me your order now. And I'll see that you get it warm when you arrive.
I don't know, just a porridge.
Just a porridge? Come on, that's not what you want. Look, how about I decide? Trust me, you'll love it.
You have the moral high ground not to pay for it if you don't. It's a winning situation. I'm sure you know best, Mince.
Of course! That goes without saying.
It's a cold day. Don't cast a chill sitting in the wind, Quartermaster. Crescent is unified, the green tides are no more. In due time, the dangers in the wilderness will be pulled out by adventurers. This was a future I could only scarcely imagine, and yet I am... Youths cross the oceans, staking claim on foreign lands. The shadow of the red-haired queen is only ever present, even in her absence. Only Ellis knows how long this fragile peace can last. Tower, is this the crescent you sacrificed? Is this a crescent you're satisfied with? It is surely better than how it used to be, and that should be enough, right? Is this expedition colonialism? Maybe reverse colonialism? I think it's more like Ellery, I mean, she's from the mainland initially, right? And she sort of views, like, the Crescent as, you know, the backwards savage land or whatever phrase she would use. I don't think she would be, like, the most PC about it, right? And so her ambitions are always, like, being queen of the Crescent is just not enough for her. There's no warrior more feared by her than Ellery's enemies. Some claim that she is Ellis's punishment for the world's sins. Others say that she is a malevolent god reborn. Word of her arrival has made armies flee the field.
I mean, even without her, like, disdain for the, like, the Crescent itself, I don't think anywhere would be enough for her. Like, she has to keep conquering, right? Like, she's too ambitious. Perhaps it was a mercy for him to die on the Crescent instead of seeing the destruction of his kingdom, his king, and everything that he fought for under Ellery's brutal conquest. So we got the shore base. Empress knew her days were numbered once the settlers expanded inland, that she was too prideful to flee. She entered the gate, hoping that if she failed, as Vermilion did, she'd still be granted the powers to fight off the invaders. I think Dazzle Dart, that's the same one, right? Tired of Ellery's employees, she returned to the Crescent only to find her home replaced by farms and fields. No, it is different. Okay. At least she has her hoard of gold to spend. Bird. Not Big Bird anymore! Bird was never able to find Locust. Wait, we got them, though! Bird found himself pillaging once more, but this time as part of Ellery's army. He rose up in the ranks and earned a noble title, but he couldn't forget. Or I think maybe... Oh, there's a bug. Okay, it's a bug. Okay, gotcha. I thought maybe it was, like, implying that Locust just left. Locust Bird ending is supposed to... Ah, okay. Maybe I have an old version. I remember reading something on FEU about that getting fixed. His security killed him to take his gold. Gil is doomed in every timeline, as he fucking should be. Hellicent intended her stint with Ellery to be a bouncing pad towards greater opportunities. But with said opportunities being crushed on one by one under Ellery's war machine, she begrudgingly stayed on as a consultant. Must Tower continue to reconquer? Must Tower continue to kill in retaliation? The pair didn't travel far before they were embroiled in the struggles of the mainland. They accidentally started a minor rebellion in their need to do what's right, and cemented their place in history as heroes of the people. Zubabaye remained in Ellery's service just to see what might happen. She saw the heights of Ellery's empire and its inevitable collapse. In the aftermath, there was plenty of opportunity to cultivate a cult of her own. With Unari dead and discredited, Frosthaven quickly fell into Ellery's hands. The city and the Frostfires still quietly commemorated her for what she put on the line to fight for them. That Three Houses line was such a bad translation. I don't think that's a translation issue. I think that's a writing issue. Ivande quickly became known as most uncompromising of Ellery's generals. She led the army that crushed the capital and took particular delight in burning the lands of those who condemned her princess. With Tower gone and unsure of what to do with himself, Lilac returned to the feuding sect. Oh, this is the same ending, isn't it? He's pushed in a position of... Oh, no, it's different. He's the sect master when Ellery had his peers executed for plotting. His tenure was quiet. Okay, Hagendry, I'll actually read your ending this time. Hagendry served loyally in Ellery's new regime as one of the old guard. She waited for his inevitable betrayal, but it never came. Everyone agreed he was still a complete twat, but he always got the job done. With settlers taking the lands where the Skyward Gate was, Joe found an opportunity to lure settlers into demolishing the gate. Joe peacefully passed away years later, now that the obsession of his life has vanished. Against Pomela's advice, John 16 joined the expedition south. While unskilled, Ellery saw her value as an assassin. There are few things more terrifying than being eaten inside one's home. fate shared by few of Ellery's foes. After Ellery prevented her from distributing her books as she desired, she wrote several highly critical pieces on the Overlord. Wanted for these crimes, she was recruited as a voice of the resistance, and her bounty reached new heights. Ellery sent boxes and boxes of books looted from her conquest to Aigo. He was soon the caretaker of the grandest library in the known world, and was insistent it remained public, albeit with enforcers to ensure proper conduct. The blank escaped north with blank, but before blank could blank, her blank was blank blank. By the blank of the blank, was glad that blank blank Ellery blank. With determination, work ethic, and no small amount of bribery, Tassel's business grew so big that it would exceed even the guild. Not limited by the borders of the Crescent. Even Ellery was one of his debtors, much to her chagrin. As soon as it was feasible, Ellery ordered Dune away from the Crescent to serve on some distant border. She passed away from illness years later, bitter to the end that she never got what she thought she deserved. Damn, Dune never gets a good ending. Except for in the LTC, the 100% gross LTC. Out of respect and perhaps no small amount of guilt, Lindros ensured Nerissa's contributions to the world would be known. If she still lived, she would hate the fact that these monsters would be what she was remembered for. It was only a few years after his death when Nerinde was mourning the loss of so many of its youth, when the people whispered again about how life was so much better under Chief Orin. Driven to the only option he felt he had, Basil attempted to assassinate his sister. He was killed instantly, a fate he felt that he deserved. Thyme kept control of the Sundown Bay for some time, but it was increasingly clear to Ellery this defective leader needed to be replaced, or there was going to be a riot. Before Ellery's men could arrest her, she fled with her gold. We got the precursor. For no apparent reason, he decided to declare themselves the ruler of the Crescent. Everyone agreed to play along, even if his decrees were never implemented. While rival mages began to develop their own automatons, Murky was Ellery's secret weapon to ensure her own remained on top. Rumors about her insidious experiments to produce these results could never be proven. Some still whisper her name, but in time, those voices also grew silent. Okay, so if you go Ellery route, she has like a slightly... Oriana's wishes aren't fully held up. Estelle searched for years and years, looking for a reason to be chosen. She only returned to Anon as an old woman, and was shocked to find a massive city where there was once a little town. It was a satisfying life nonetheless. Whipjack rose in the ranks of Ellery's army due to his seniority, but never changed his ways to act benefiting of his position. It was agreed among the conscripts that Whipjack was the least demanding commanding officer. Marlowe was chosen by Ellery to take charge of Arinde, not because he was remotely qualified, but because Ellery was sure he was too lazy to betray her. She was right. Marlo did the minimum and delegated the rest of the work. Rahesia taught her techniques to another bright generation of aspiring swordmasters. As she saw them off to fight in the name of the Chief Ellery, she somberly wonders if she'll outlive another generation of her students. That's fucking tragic. That's so sad for her. Krynia was Ellery's most trusted lieutenant, having full authority in Ellery's absence. She did not shy away from using her blessing to crush all that stood in her way. The threat of a dragon rampage encouraged surrender. 10,000 realms received a vision of the Red One who brings the end of all ends. The discarded shell followed Krynia to the mainland, where the visage of a demonic fowl appeared in folklore for generations. Eosef left humanity behind to join the chickens. Oh, this is because it's the same, the best. It's off the same save file. Right. Chalice found herself cleaning up after Ellery's wars. She amassed a following amongst the sex believers, while carrying out what she thought were basic responsibilities, healing those in need. Many statues are made in her honor. Hello again, 13th Emblem. With his sister's ambitions in tatters and unsure of where to go, Talon settled for a simple life, cultivating the land. He lived quietly and never talked about his past. When one spoke of the man Talon used to be, they were not believed. Nobody will believe my super blessed Talon. It's canon. Nobody will believe 27 strength Talon. Yvette followed Ellery to the mainland as one of her senior officers. While she struck fear into the hearts of her foes, her squad always had the highest casualty rates. Her career was ended by an unexpected mutiny. A few months of mundanity was enough to convince Riker to join Ellery's expedition to the mainland. He excelled in the Vanguard as its most daring warrior, but was shot to pieces during a particularly valiant charge. Raylan spent all of her gold buying as much land in Arinde as possible. When Arinde became the Crescent's most prosperous city, Raylan became a wealthy woman. She refused to do anything more with her gold except save it. She is a fucking landlord. The contrast between Gecko's ill appearance and her skill in battle helped her reputation grow. She did not enjoy war, and yet she fought because she felt obliged to. The last thing her victims saw was a single sorrowful eye. The landlord timeline. Minch rejected Ellery's offer of a positions of power and stayed as Arinde's chef, leaving a lasting impact on the Crescent's cuisine. While he knew he should be glad for his friend's success, he still feels a tinge of guilt. God, can I just complain about Sacred Stone's endgame text speed? It's the most awkward to read because it's slow enough, it's fast enough that you can't pause. As Ellery's conquest grew, Lindros became the most infamous mage in the world. He cared little for the reputation, continuing to refine his craft, and insisting himself it was worth the progress. Pomelo never left his mind. Because, I would miss stuff, right, if I, sidebar or whatever, but it's so slow that, words... I wish it was an A-press. Yeah, exactly! Pomelo found himself losing his passion for his craft. Knowing it'd go to support Ellery's war efforts, he found joy in being a toy maker, delighting children with mechanical marvels. He awaits each of Lindros' letters eagerly. Ellery ensured a grand funeral was held for the old warrior, and that he'd be remembered as a hero of the Crescent. He was usually portrayed as Ellery's mentor, a depiction he'd undoubtedly have disagreed with. With the Crescent pacified, there was no more reason for Oriana to fight. While she enjoyed peace, she knew it was at the cost of others. She slept with a sword in hand, believing that war would one day return to the Crescent. The mainland was not ready for the Crescent's invasion. Backed by an army of men and monsters, she repeated an ultimatum: join her fledgling empire or perish. While an empress in all but name, she still insisted on being chief. History is written by the victors. Tower was not left standing. The tower was not left standing. Well, that's Cerulean Crescent. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Revain, thank you for making this fucking phenomenal game. I'm glad you could catch the end of the run too. 11.3% to John. Ryan's building up towards John. I find it very funny. You don't even know what John is, but you want to save the channel points for it. This sure was a Fire Emblem Cerulean Crescent. What is John? John was the gargoyle with three range inspiration, obviously. Do I get anything for my EXP? YouTube doesn't have an EXP system. Or it does, but it's like per stream or whatever. Twitch, you like build points for watching Twitch streams. They're channel points. And like you can cash in rewards. I can't think of any other, like I can't think of any good rewards to put on. So if anyone has suggestions, like let me know. But yeah, that's Cerulean Crescent. As always, it's linked below. So check that out if it's the sort of thing you're into. John will be legendary. Good night, everyone.